on my mic. I'm here to call to order the closed session for January 12th, 2022 for the Hermosa Beach City School District Board of Education regular meeting. Christine, would you please take the roll call?
Board Member Cole. Board Member Cluth.
Present.
Board Member McCall.
Present.
Vice President Clerk Gardner.
Present.
And President Bove LaMonica.
Present.
All present.
Thank you. Opening it up for public communication. Seeing no public communication, I'd like to adjourn to closed session. We will return for open session at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, there's a network error, just so, because I couldn't download something. Hello, hello, hello.
Worst comes to worst, I could probably try to join from my phone. So.
How's Ellie doing? She's better.
Yeah, she went back to school today. She's better. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started here.
Those were a rough few days, but
Jen, you ready?
she's
Good evening, everyone. It's 6:08. I understand at the December meeting I was nominated president, so thank you, board. And really excited to welcome everyone to the January 12th, 2022 regular meeting of the Hermosa Beach City School District Board meeting, where we are both in person. There's also online. If the seats do become filled, we asked that for folks who want to make comment, they can come in, leave their cards up here. And for folks who've already spoken, if you can have a chance then to wait and watch from the lobby so we have enough seats for everybody if more people come. There's nothing to report from tonight's closed session. I'd like to do a call to order for the open session of the evening. Christine, would you please take roll call?
Board Member Cole,
Present.
Board Member Cluth,
Present.
Board Member McCall,
Present.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Present.
President Bove-LaMonica.
Present.
All present.
Thank you so much. If everyone would please rise and join us for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Let's move on to approval of tonight's agenda. This isn't an amendment to the agenda, but there's no Hermosa Student Council report for this evening. Given that, do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Quentin. All in favor? Christine?
Board Member Cole,
Aye.
Board Member Cluth,
Aye.
Board Member McCall,
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Aye.
President Bove-LaMonica.
Aye.
All in favor.
Excellent. Agenda is approved. Moving on to announcements from Hermosa Valley STEM. Is that correct? Hermosa View STEM.
Taylor, it looks like she's not getting audio.
For this opportunity to share about STEAM and Sparks at Vista. I'm so excited that Ms. Gill is here to share more details. I mean, I think we all know, you can go to the next slide, Christine, that children are just so naturally curious, right? I remember when my kids were little, like when they're learning the colors, there's like, well, why is the sky blue? I don't know. You know, why do the leaves fall in autumn? So they're so naturally curious, and to provide this space for STEAM and engineering and science is so important to kind of fan that flame. And also Ms. Gill is just amazing because she not only provides just meaningful opportunities for them to do that, she weaves it and integrates standards and literature. So it's all woven together in a meaningful whole. And students have an opportunity to explore their world and discover in a safe space and really develop a growth mindset, because we know when we do engineering, we don't get it right the first time. So we have to test it and try again and reflect. And she just does an amazing job leading and facilitating this with students. So I'm gonna really leave the time here with Ms. Gill, because she is the one who's making that magic happen. And, but again, just wanna thank you for your support in really helping students have a space where they can explore and discover their world. So thank you. So Ms. Gill, I'm leaving it on to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Principal Tanita. And good evening, board members. Thank you so much for having me. I am so excited to share with you what we've been doing this year in Sparks Lab. And I'm just thrilled to be back and be able to do it. So it's just been a great start. And I think I'm enjoying it as much as the kids are, which is wonderful. So if Miss Christine could please move on to the next slide. You know, one of the great things for first, second, and third graders to start thinking about is the process of engineer and design. So, you know, we start with them at this young age and they already begin to start to see a pattern in, you know, thinking about the challenge or the problem, and then, you know, taking paper to pencil and sketching out an idea, building something and testing it. And, you know, a lot of times those things don't always work out at the beginning, but, you know, they go back, they make improvements, and they test it again, which is just, you know, part of everyday life in so many ways. So it's so great that at this young age, they're getting that mindset of, you know, what they need to do to start to try and build something or take on a challenge. Could I have the next slide, please? One of the other great things this year is I've really reached out to our librarian, Heather Myers, and she, along with me, has been able to put together her read alouds, and then I bring in the STEM or STEAM part of it. So for this one, we did creepy carrots, and the kids had to build a fence around the carrots to protect the carrot from the bunny. And then our next slide, please, Miss Christine. We also did balloons over Broadway, which I had to modify this year and do it a little different. In the past, I've been able to have them make balloon floats, but this year the kids constructed marionettes, turkey marionettes, I should say, based on the story that Miss Myers read to the kids, Balloons Over Broadway. So they were able to engineer this and learn about Tony Sarg, who was an amazing creative engineer and had started the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. So with that, they got to build a marionette. And again, bringing STEAM and the literature component together makes it that more meaningful, in my opinion. All right, Miss Christine, the next slide, please. What kid doesn't love Legos? And believe it or not, there's a lot of STEAM opportunities with using Legos. So we had students were given a bag of Legos, and then we had challenge cards. And if you look at the young man in the bottom corner, he's holding up a challenge card, and it's kind of hard to see, but he made a plate. And then I'll let you guys guess the other two. We have the purple and green Legos there. I don't know if maybe you can figure out what the challenge was. This student took it to the next level. The challenge was to make a table and chairs. Not only did they do that, they created basically a booth with food on it. And their imaginations go wild. And then I'm sure you can guess what animal that is down there. She was able to use her Legos, do the challenge of creating an animal, and she made a pig. She got a pig face. So they really have fun with this, and they are so incredibly creative and just, I mean, honestly, when I read that card about how to make an animal, I'm like, out of Legos? I can't do that. These kids, they don't even blink. They just go for it. Could I please have the next slide, Miss Christine? And then here you can see, again, I do try to recycle and repurpose as much as possible. You know, I'm collecting toilet paper rolls and paper towel rolls all the time to allow kids to build things using those repurposed materials. And here they were given random materials, and they had to figure out something to make with them. And as you can see, again, we're using that engineer design process where they're sketching out and labeling what it is they want to build. And then they just try to do their best to build that. So here you have some samples of some of the challenges we've done. And then can I have the next slide, please, Miss Christine? And then coding, which is just in every part of our life, in just about every electronic or car that we are in. So we use little Ozobots, which are these tiny little robots that they can code with their markers, and they love it. And they are able, they put their puzzle pieces together there on the floor. They They created a pathway with that. We have participated in Hour of Code on code.org, and kids have done Scratch Junior and are using block code, which is great. It's just giving them more exposure to things that we use every day, and they have a pretty good understanding about what code is, which I must say is pretty remarkable for first, second, and third graders, because honestly, and it's embarrassing to say, I didn't know anything about code till my late 40s. So here they are, so young and just totally immersed in code and working and problem solving it out, which is great. And then can I have the next slide, please? Okay, and so as you can see here, there's so many great quotes. I mean, teachers all around the country know how important STEAM is, and it just, again, it ignites the imagination, the creativity, all the wonderful things that come out of STEAM that give kids opportunities that, you know, if they're, I see kids who struggle sometimes in the classroom, and then they come into, and we do STEAM, and they're just absolutely, there's no fear in it. They just go for it and enjoy it and learn through it. So it's really wonderful. So I'm just absolutely so grateful for being able to have this class, you know, through Ed Foundation and the everyone. I mean, the families, everyone who supports us is just fantastic. So thank you for letting me share a little bit about what we've done so far at Vista in Sparks.
And I wanted just to reiterate that to the board and the leadership team. As you can see, there's a lot of magic happening during Sparks. And I know that Ms. Gill has had to kind of adjust during COVID, her lesson plans, but whenever I am in classrooms and it's happening, the students are so excited and engaged in sometimes it's more engineering, sometimes it's more design, sometimes there's a lot of art woven into it. And each time I go in, it's just really exciting to see students discovering and really being hands-on in their learning. And again, I think that growth mindset is really important, because we don't get it right the first times. You know, sometimes we have to try again and tweak ideas, and then also collaborate and communicate, right? Maybe somebody has an idea and you add on to it and improve things. So I see that happening, and I just want to thank you for the board, to the board and the community for making this special program happen at Vista. At this time, do you have any questions for Ms. Gill and I?
Principal Tanita and Ms. Gill, thank you so much for the presentation. Board, any comments or questions? Looking at Stephen, and I'll run down the row.
Actually, first of all, there we go, good. Nothing but appreciation. Thank you very much, Ms. Gill. I mean, and team, you always go above and beyond, and Hermosa has a history and a legacy of excelling in this area, and you know, thank you for continuing to champion it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Stephen said it beautifully. I second all of it.
Jen.
Ditto. Yeah, I mean, you know, we just really appreciate you and all the work you're doing. We see it all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A hearty thanks from the entire board. Ms. Gill, it was a pleasure to see you in person this past week. I'm glad I got to see
Thank you.
Magic happen in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, you guys. Have a great night.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay. As they are signing off, we are going to move on to our next agenda item, which is the board president transition. So this technically happened in December, but we are going to formally do it now. So with that, Stephen, I was going to offer it up to you if you have any comments you want to make. I know you made some comments in December. Do you want to reiterate any of those before the board?
I did. I would love a quick opportunity. I promise I'll keep it brief. I wanted to say, first of all, I'm proud of all of our work. You know, I remembered back to this time last year when kind of my vision and mission was to, knowing the challenges we had ahead of us, was to not only survive, but was to thrive. And, you know, I'm not belittling the challenges that we had, but I'm incredibly proud. I think we're going to cover a lot of this content tonight, so I'm just cherry picking sort of out of the three main goals we have, equity and inclusion, we worked really hard on establishing and supporting both our teachers and our students, those affected and impacted by the pandemic. Culture of excellence, for anyone who's not watched the State of Schools back in October, I urge you to do that. It exemplifies why Hermosa Beach is the best little beach schools. Ms. Aranda's keynote, Jason's feature on our incredible award-winning programs, the fact that we're ranked in the top 5% in California for our excellence in education, and there is no other small beach community like Hermosa. So that was a really rewarding experience for me. And financial stewardship, this is a big one. It's a big one for our district, the challenges that we have as a small school district. You know, to have opened Vista and to start construction on View and knowing that we have that next summer is just, is huge. It's, you know, for our district and our community to have wanted to invest and get that majority to get behind Measure S for the long term of our schools. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we've done there. And then we may even hear a little bit about tonight, continuing building relationships. I think the one thing I found that it was all about relationships. And last year we you know, through fire had to forge some of those relationships. And, you know, we were very fortunate today to pay dividend on one of those with a legislative bill that was passed by the Senate Education Committee. And, you know, that was as a result of us sitting and meeting with Senator Ben Allen and explaining our needs as a small community. And I'm really proud that that's going to be something that will hopefully serve all children in California. So for Hermosa Beach to be at the forefront of sort of that conversation, I'm incredibly proud of. A special shout out to my family. Last year, I know there were times when I was speaking to Jason more than I was speaking to my family. Jason, and along with the administration and staff and teachers, all your hard work and dedication, thank you for last year, and I know that continues. To the board, I just want to say thank you. You are all brilliant, committed, and hardworking. I've really learned a lot from last year, just my own personal growth, and I just want to say thank you to all of you. And last, congratulate Maggie. I just want to say this is, you know, we know it's not your first rodeo, and turn in the center seat. So thank you for your service and your leadership in Hermosa. We all learn from you, and I'm excited to see what we have in store as we guide and navigate through this next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, I'm going to allow the board to speak, and then I know you have some comments. Okay. I'm going to speak first, then we'll open it up to the board, and then Jason will close this out on this. And so, Stephen, to your leadership, when I think about the diligence that you brought to this work, it was needed. You were the right person for this past year, and that was in the twice-a-week COVID briefing calls. That was the weekly school board president's meeting. That was the daily check-ins consulting with the administration, the district team. We needed somebody with that attention, with that focus on getting the district through the crisis of last year, and you did that with grace. You did that with an amazing attention to detail, and all of it was necessary and needed. So we're here today because of your leadership through last year. I don't think I will ever come to terms with Net Promoter Scores. So, but with that, your view of how you look at branding and marketing, and then making sure that the vision and the resources have been lined up behind that this past year is also what is going to keep us moving forward to being in that top 5% of schools. So from the bottom of my heart, in doing this work, it's a pleasure to be a colleague with you up here, but your leadership last year got us to where we needed to be today. So thank you on that.
Thank you, Megan.
I'll open it up to whomever would like to go next on that. You want to go, Ben? Sure.
So, Stephen, I wrote a few notes. So I just wanted to take a few minutes to say thank you for your leadership last year. I've always known you were an incredible teammate from coaching AYSO soccer with you years ago and being a board member with you, but having you lead us this past year and watching how you have expanded in this role and continue to steady the district has been so appreciated and a real honor to sit on this board with you. So I've learned a great deal professionally watching you, and I'm grateful for your service to the students, the families, and the community of this best little beach city we live in. And so in your honor, I have dedicated a celestial star called the McCall in 2021 star, because you definitely deserve it. So congratulations from your leadership last year. And I will present to you this celestial star.
Thank you, Jill.
It is called the McCall 2021, and it is because you earned it. So you can find it in the night sky now.
Thank you, Jen.
Who's up next? Quentin, do you want to go?
Sure. Mostly echoing, I'll try to keep it short, what Maggie and Jen have said, that the last year was incredibly challenging and required the president to go above and beyond what any normal school board president would have expected when signing up for the role, and you met that challenge and then some. So really just thank you for that, and the whole community thanks you for that. And I want to say that in addition, it's been a really turbulent couple of years, and you've kept a really calm tone and collegial tone, and I think that's commendable. I mean, under a lot of stress and in a very fractious environment, I think we've maintained a really high level of collegiality and respect, and I think that's a lot thanks to your leadership and the tone that you set. And lastly, just pointing to the results, which isn't all on you, but you led the board through a time when our district got back into classes fast. We got a new school opened. We're advancing very significantly on the next one, and you've been pivotal to that. So great results. Oh, and by the way, that's a really high-performing district. So I think that's just kudos to you. And then I don't know if this is appropriate right now, but I'm excited about Maggie and wanted to welcome you. Having worked with you for the past year, I've been really, really impressed with your professionalism and your knowledge and your ethic, and I'm really excited to follow your lead.
Yeah, I don't have any actual stars, but you are.
One is more than one.
You are a star. You led us through unimaginable fires and distress, and look where we are. Quentin said it well. Got schools open early. Continue to keep schools open. Continue to be successful and succeed through not just COVID, but all the other things that hit us in the past year, and they were too many to list off in the time frame that I'd like to take for this speech. But it was hit after hit after hit after hit, and you led us through. And now we are where we are because of you and your leadership of the last year. So thank you for all your dedication, all your hard work. I'll second that part about your family, because I was lucky enough to hear some of the other end, so I know as well. And I was proud to say that I knew what you were doing and the work that you put in, and it meant a lot to me and my family that you were willing and able to do that. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And Maggie, I look forward to working with you as well. I didn't get the chance the last time you were up there to be in this role, so I look forward to taking on this and looking forward to you and building on all the work that all of us have laid in the groundwork over the last few years, and continue to drive this district forward. I know there's a lot to look forward to in 2022. So let's get going. Let's get moving. Thank you.
With that, Jason? You're going to come to the central podium?
Yeah.
Hi. I recommend holding it, folks. All right. Stephen, you have been phenomenal. I really, the reason I do this gig is I'm a big believer in service to community. There's other ways to make a buck in this world, but service to community to me is the most valuable. And oftentimes you don't make much of a buck, but it fills your heart. And I can honestly say that Stephen McCall board members don't even make a buck. But it definitely fills their time. and hopefully their heart too. I'm a big believer in, being in the moment. You mean like, and being a person of the moment. And I certainly feel that you were the right person for the job at the right time. I think for anyone in education, and our parents know this as well too, that the last 2 years have consumed a lot of our time. You mean like most of all, and no one is exempt from that. And what I very much appreciate is your time. I mean, like this man I've called at very strange hours, and dealt with decisions that needed to be made right then and there. And there's the difference of safety, learning, a lot of different things that certainly. You mean like I don't think that one necessarily intended to sign up for. So thank you for serving your community. You make me proud to be an educator. And most importantly, and I really mean this, I want to thank your family. This is a huge sacrifice for time that one could be with their family. You mean like, board members have jobs that this is their home time. So I just really want to thank you and your family and your wife. I'm sure your wife and my wife could commiserate about more things than just, our work. Maggie, look forward to working with you. Exciting. I look forward to the 8-minute board meetings that you've promised us all. Good stuff, and congratulations. I have a few things here. So one, we have a certificate of appreciation from Hermosa Beach City School District. You can put that on your refrigerator. Mr. Ted Liu, he sends his regards as well too for service to your community and country. And we all love Mr. Al Marisucci. He never misses a beat. He also sends his thanks as well too. We have we didn't have a star, but we had a wave for you. And true to the moment and true to your presidency, it was shipping delayed. So I think that's a rightful fitting end to your presidency. Congratulations on a successful year.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to pass this star down. Before we move on to public comments, I'm going to just take a moment just to talk a little bit about this next year and my thoughts on it. Stephen, again, thank you. What I think I'd just like to center on is almost 2 years ago, our world was turned upside down. Over 5 million deaths. Today, there were 3,700 hospitalizations in LA County. The economy took a rapid turn. Mental health issues are endemic with students, with community members across the country, and you're seeing wide burnout, right? All of a result of a pandemic. For me, what I learned from all this is that we get through this together, right? We know that our public institutions work when we support them. We know that public health can work when we support it. We know that public schools work when we support them. And we know that public spaces can thrive when we support them. I think some people know that I started my journey as an educator in the Peace Corps in Morocco, and I went believing in sharing America's greatest values with the world, and took so much more in return from that experience. One of the things I learned, though, was my 3rd month in country, my host brother, C. Mohammed, died. And he died because they didn't have a public health infrastructure. He had a ruptured appendix, and the local doctor couldn't help, and it was 8 hours to the local hospital, and he died en route to the hospital. And so when I think about what it takes for a community to value public institutions, it's because America does it well, right? We were able to, in America, we have a belief in a common system that allows us to be better. In that same way, I started a journey as a teacher there, and not all students have access to education in all communities, right? At Hermosa Beach, we are incredibly privileged. So, we don't even have to leave California to see that access to education is not equal. But when we go to other countries and we see that happen, the circumstances seem that much greater. And in Morocco, I would have students come daily, hourly, to have conversations in English, because they knew that if they could learn to speak English well, they would have greater pathways to economic success. So I think about all of the time that they would take on their own behalf to go and find out, how to better themselves. And here in Hermosa, we take such pride in having a great public system. And I think that's something that I know that brings me to this work and that I want to see continue forward. When the other lesson that I've learned throughout all of this is that humans are resilient. I think about where we were in February of 2020 and where we are now in January of 2022. We have taken a lot of different hits, and to a point we were talking earlier, everybody is now Google certified. In the course of a week, we got all of our teachers into Google Classroom and learning how to use that tool very well. We are now Zoom fluent. And the last piece that I think that I have taken away from this pandemic thus far is we have to have empathy with all of our neighbors. There are different ways to get to a common goal, and those ways that we truly believe are the right way are going to differ. So it is important for us to look at goals and understand that we are going to be different because we have unique personalities and stories that come to this work, but we do believe in this community, and it's important to empathize with our folks as we're doing that. Looking at 2022, my goals are the goals of the district and the goals of the board. It's about financial stewardship, it's about equity and inclusion, it's about excellence in education. In 8 months from now, we will have our third campus built for the 22-23 school year. That is the result of almost a decade now of work going into that. And I am so excited that this board and this administration and this school community is going to have the chance to celebrate that by the end of this year. The other part of financial stewardship that I think is really important, and this has been the board coming from a real place of kind of not realizing its own power, but in terms of advocacy. We had state testimony given today on what it means to have hold harmless for funding during the crisis, right? So we have taken real leadership as a community in advocating for policies that are going to make a difference for Hermosa students. I'm really excited for the governor's budget in that. We're going to talk about teacher pipeline support. There's COLA increases. There's increased base funding. All of that is so important because our public schools should be at the center of our community's growth. And lastly, I'd like to just say our community is at our best when kids are in school and teachers, staff, administrators feel healthy and appreciated. There is no other thing that I want to do this year than make sure that our students are in school, that our teachers, staff, and administrators feel supported, that they can operate and thrive to the best of their ability. And so with that, a giant thank you for the work that Ed Foundation PTO have already started to do and that continue to do. They have been essential partners in this work. Our Ed Association walks in lockstep with us in terms of holding the school and the students at the center of their focus. To our teachers, we recognize that teaching is an art and a craft, and anything we can do to support your development is a priority for me. And lastly, thank you to the board members up here. I think as it was mentioned earlier, this is something you do outside of your 9 to 5. This is your 5 to 9. And all of us are parents, we are residents, we are neighbors, we walk the same streets as everybody else in this community. And so we recognize that we approach this work with humility, with empathy, and I am looking forward to doing this with all of us this next year. Thank you for letting me have time to lay that out. With that, we're going to move to communications. So, public communications from the audience. I have a collection of pink slips up here. If there's somebody who hasn't had a chance to fill one out, please feel free to either put it on the corner or to walk up here and do that. I'm going to read out the process. Members from the audience may address the board at any topic, regardless of whether it's listed on the agenda. However, the board may not discuss issues raised that are not listed on the agenda. Topics not on the agenda that are brought to the board's attention may be investigated by the administration and a report made to the board, either publicly or privately at a future meeting. Complaints regarding district employees must be dealt with in closed session, not in public. Comments from the visitors shall not exceed 3 minutes per individual speaker, unless waived by a majority of all members of the board. So with that, we have the microphone is on, so calling up Bradley Perro. Please state your name, your relationship to the district.
I'm a parent. You just said my name, Bradley Perro. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. I was writing something over the last couple of days, and then I stopped and I threw it away because I realized that you guys have heard it all. You guys have these computers in front of you guys. You have access to going ahead and reading the information, what's going on in the world. So you're all educated people or educators. You guys can pretty much get all that information yourself as well, and you can make those decisions as well. So I'm not going to talk about that. What I'm going to talk about today is, first of all, the STEAM thing that they brought up just a few minutes ago, the presentation, was pretty great. It was great because one of the things that they said is the future belongs to the curious. And that really hit me. So you guys helped me out tonight with what was going on. Because my son came into his science class at the beginning of this year. He was curious. And he asked his teacher, he said, I'm curious because I don't understand this mask thing. And I have an experiment I would like to show you. And I'd like for us to try it out. Can we do this? And he tried to show her the video and say, can we do this in class? Because it makes sense. This is science. She said, no, I can't watch that. I can't look at that. Let's just have a seat, sit down in the class. And he shut him off. Okay? That wasn't really helpful for the scientific method that was just adored and whatnot up there that they were talking about, questioning in science and testing and all these things that we talk about teaching our kids. We're not doing that. Because when a kid comes up and does something and says, I have a question, I'm curious, we should be listening to that. He's in 8th grade. He's pretty smart. No one's listening. Because right now, you guys, for the most part, except for you, are proving the point that everybody switched over to an N95 or what is it, KN95 mask, right? Because everybody on CNN and other HHS said these don't work. My son said these don't work. I said these don't work. You guys didn't listen to him. So are we educators? And are we teaching the things that they're supposed to learn, like the scientific method? We're wearing them outside now. We're going against every bit of science. And I know you guys are educated people. Let's start acting like that. Let's not go ahead and comply with another school district, because this is Hermosa, it's the greatest school district in the area, right? I think so. When I first came here, I thought so. My son has asked a lot of questions to teachers, and he's been silenced. He went into school today, and he was picked on by a bunch of kids because he doesn't want to be an experiment. He won't be. You guys should all think about that. Eventually, the results will come out. You will see the data, just like we all did about this device right here. He gets told every day to lift it over his nose. Thank you for reminding me, because when I came in, you had the same thing as I do. I know it doesn't work, and you did as well. Thank you for helping me with that. He gets in trouble every day because it's not high enough. He's told to wear 2 of them,
Please
or he gets asked to step outside of the classroom. He understands it doesn't work. Let's stop with doing these things and listen to the kids. I'm done with my statements. I just want you guys to know that STEAM thing was perfect. It was great. Let's actually listen to the kids.
Thank you.
They're smart. Okay?
Next up, Carolyn Petty.
It's actually not transmitted by touch. We know that, so no need to do that. We know it's in the air. Anyway, first of all, I want to say thank you for putting the anti-vaccine mandate resolution on the agenda. You didn't have to do it, and you did it. I don't think Manhattan Beach is going to do it, so I want to say thank you for that. I, along with many others, are asking you to advocate for parent choice and unanimously pass the resolution asking Governor Newsom to not mandate vaccines for school-aged children. As our elected officials, you are our advocates, and everyone relies on you to represent us. People asking for this are not anti-vax, they are pro-choice. Parents, not politicians, should always have the right to make critical medical decisions on behalf of their children. The situation is constantly changing. We have a new variant, which is clearly not as virulent as the last one. We are constantly hearing of people who are vaccinated and boosted who are coming down with COVID, which begs the question, why mandate something that is not necessarily effective with this variant and possibly future variants? If people wish to get it, they have every right. But given the known risks of these vaccines, and that includes myocarditis, and the reality that very little is known of the future impact of these vaccines, it is unconscionable that any politician would force this on children. This is why we are asking the 5 of you to support your parent community. For anyone who is pro-mandate, if you truly believe these vaccines work as advertised, then go ahead and get it, and you should feel 100% comfortable that you and or your child are not at risk. Somebody else getting vaccinated or not would not change your situation. Everyone knows that people with children are leaving California. That is now documented, and it is why Newsom is looking to change some of the formulas associated with school funding. The problem is, he won't get to the root causes of why people are leaving. If he signs a mandate into law, more people will leave, and that includes people in Hermosa. As many of you might know, my kids have graduated, but if I was faced with the choice of jeopardizing my child's health because of a politician, I'd be in Park City tomorrow. I would leave. The bigger issue, if there is a bigger issue here, is that the school is facing structural deficits in the next 2 years, and this is actually, you'll see it on the agenda, of $1.3 million and $833,000, mainly due to dropping enrollment. You cannot afford this to accelerate. Yes, this may change due to the hold harmless changes, and Maggie mentioned that, but the reality is, even with a 3-year look back, at some point it's going to catch up. Whether you personally agree with mandates or don't, please remember that as an elected official, you need to represent your constituents. This is what local control is about. Absent local control and the advocacy of our elected officials, we would simply follow orders from the governor, who does not know us and frankly does not support us. Please do your part and unanimously approve this resolution. Show us that you represent parents and not Gavin Newsom. Do it for the future financial viability of the school. Do it as an advocate for the people who elected you. And do it because we live in a free society and everyone should have a choice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Calling up Lindsay Jaime.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Lindsay Jaime. I have a daughter in 2nd grade at Hermosa Vista. I'm here to ask that you please do not enforce Governor Newsom's mandate that all school-age children receive the COVID-19 vaccine. Please let it remain the parent's choice as to whether or not they want to vaccinate their children with a vaccine that does not even prevent the spread of the virus it's designed to protect you from. My daughter loves school, and I would hate to pull her from the best little beach school, which is what I will be forced to do if this happens. Thanks.
Thank you. Philip Schwartz. Philip Schwartz.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm also a father. My son is Liam. He's in 5th grade. I'm also here to talk about the resolution to rescind Newsom's vaccine mandate. So I'm going to start with a little analogy. My lovely wife over here gave me a great analogy. If you wanted to lose weight and your trainer gave you a bag of chips and said, eat this every day and you will lose weight. Weeks later, you tell the trainer, I'm gaining weight. The trainer says, well, maybe you need to eat more chips. Try 2 bags a day, and eventually you start to lose weight. That is what I feel like we're doing. Are we going to continue to eat chips and wake up and say, wait, eating chips every day doesn't work. Maybe I should try something else. We need to start trying something else. 1 mask, 2 masks, plexiglass, masks outside, 1 vaccine, 2 vaccines, a booster. Israel is on their 4th shot, and they have the highest positive case rate ever. We're smart people. When are we going to wake up and conclude that masking and vaccines will not stop the transmission of COVID, especially the Omicron strain? So let me provide a quick definition of vaccination as provided by the CDC prior to September 1st, 2020. Vaccination, the act of introducing a vaccine into the body to produce immunity to a specific disease. On September 1st, 2020, the definition changed to vaccination, the act of introducing a vaccine into the body to produce protection from a specific disease. The definition changed because the COVID-19 vaccines does not produce immunity. It doesn't matter if you're vaccinated, double vaccinated, boosted, or unvaccinated. You can catch COVID and spread COVID. So what is the reason for mandating a vaccine if you can still catch it and still spread it? And what about the unvaccinated who have recovered from COVID and have natural immunity? Under these mandates, they need to get vaccinated too. Does that make sense? We've already concluded that the vaccine doesn't produce immunity. So what would the benefit of getting the vaccine after you catch COVID? especially in children who already have the least risk of hospitalizations or death from catching the disease. We as parents need your support. We are so tired of hearing we are just following the guidelines and that our hands are tied. You can do something. Adopt a resolution and stand up for parents' rights.
Robin Zakura. Robin Zakura.
Hi there. I have a 5th grader at Valley and a 1st grader at Vista. Over the holidays, my 7-year-old son expressed concern that Santa wasn't going to come to our house. He said he wasn't sure how Santa was going to fit down the chimney without touching anything or getting germs anywhere. When I think about the mental stress and anxiety that our children have endured over the past 2 years, I simply feel overwhelmed. They've missed a year of school. They've masked, they've social distanced, they've missed out on sports, they've been locked up in their homes, they've been swabbed, they've been banned from seeing grandparents. They've experienced more worry than a young child ought to feel. And now we're here today talking about whether or not our children will be forced to take a vaccine in exchange for an education that should be their natural given right. As human beings, we have the freedom over our bodies, our health, our minds. It's simply wrong for the government, school district, or any person to force another person to inject a foreign substance in their own body. I believe strongly in my body, my choice, and instill this value in my son and my daughter. But with vaccine mandates, how can I explain to my children that they may not have autonomy over their own bodies? I'm not an anti-vaxxer. My family and I, we all have our vaccines and follow the schedule, but there's not enough information behind the COVID vaccine for me to make me feel comfortable giving it to my children. And I also want to say that I have many friends who have chosen to vaccinate their children, and I believe that they're doing what they feel is best for their family, just like I am. There is such a great divide between the vaccinated and unvaccinated, and I read a disturbing article in the LA Times the other day that actually encouraged people to mock an unvaccinated public officer that died. I read social media comments that are riddled with hatred and cruelty towards people who don't share their beliefs. And it just makes me wonder what is happening in our society where people don't care about other people, or worse, wish them harm. And why are people so quick to cancel other people just for having their own opinion? And the most disturbing thing is that our kids are picking up on this fear and hatred. And we need to do a better job as a school, parents, and a community to guide our children. If our schools are focusing on diversity and inclusion, it can't just be limited to race and religion. Every student needs to be supported in their health and medical decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Barr. Tracy Barr.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Barr, and I'm a parent at Valley. So first of all, I want to congratulate you, Maggie. Welcome. And I also wanted to start by thanking Jason Johnson for putting on the agenda the recommendation to adopt a resolution. That's the urgent request to Governor Gavin Newsom to reconsider or rescind the COVID-19 vaccine mandate for public and private K-12 students as a requirement for in-person instruction. So thank you. I'm not gonna lie, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted emotionally and mentally, as many others are here right now. And I guess we all have our own reasons. But for me, it's because I'm not a fighter. Yet I'm still here tonight, again, fighting to keep my parental rights. The legal definition of parental right is the parent's right to make decisions regarding a child's education, health care, and religion. I'm asking you to adopt this resolution, and by doing so, you will be standing for parents' choice and parents' rights. We can all agree that all parents want to keep making the decisions for their children. and not lose that power to the hands of the government, the school district, or anybody else. That we have or will give the COVID-19 vaccine to our child, or that we won't, is not important here. It really isn't. What is important is to know that mandates take our parental choices and rights away. They create a precedent of this happening again and again. Accepting these mandates is telling the government that we're okay with them making medical decisions for our children, and that we accept that those who don't comply will have their children be ostracized and penalized by not being allowed an in-person education. I personally could never endorse that, and I hope that you cannot as well. So today I'm asking you to stand for all parents in your community and send a clear message to our governor that you believe, honor, and stand for parental rights, and that parents should be making the medical decisions for their children and not the government.
Thank you. Leanne Schatz. Leanne?
My name's Leanne. I have a son at Valley. Wanted to first off extend my appreciation to all y'all to allow us to express our concerns on this important issue. It is now abundantly clear that COVID vaccines do not prevent a vaccinated person from contracting the virus. We hear every day of people who are vaccinated and boosted still getting COVID. To mandate vaccines and boosters is pointless. Many families here in Hermosa have recently contracted COVID. Upon their recovery, natural immunity will kick in, which is the best defense against COVID. This means that Hermosa will be surging with antibodies. The idea of mandating vaccines and boosters upon those with such a high antibody count is terribly negligent. Even though it's been stated before, I think it's worth noting again that despite gaining emergency approval from the FDA, the COVID vaccines have simply not stood the test of time. This is especially true of the boosters. It is a fact that teenage boys are experiencing myocarditis as a result of these vaccines. Yet, LA County still wants to enforce giving our children more doses, only a few months after their first round of vaccination. They should not be allowed to use our children in such reckless experiments. This is uncharted waters, and to put our kids in the middle of it for a variant that is no worse than the common cold is irresponsible and completely unnecessary in order for students to be able to return to the classroom should they come into contact with an infected person. Our community has all the tools they need to help protect themselves against COVID should they choose to do so. People choosing not to be vaccinated and boosted will not pose any greater health risk to the people who are vaccinated and boosted. It is unfortunate that teachers and staff at Hermosa schools have to continuously navigate through the ever-changing requirements LA County keeps dictating. With half of students on Zoom, half in person, it's very likely neither group will get the academic attention they deserve, despite their teachers' best efforts. On the subject of mask wearing, it should also be left up to the parents. While LA is one of the most masked up counties in California, it has not reflected lower COVID positivity cases. Masking should be optional. Who isn't tired of seeing discarded masks everywhere throughout our city? For all the progress Hermosa Beach has made with green environmental waste reduction initiatives, we are all going backwards with allowing masks to litter our streets and beaches. I believe we should move forward with common sense choices. How vaccines and boosters are to be administered should not be mandated by the state of California. Instead, it should be left up to the parents and their medical doctors. We're hopeful that the school board here tonight will join the growing number of those of us advocating for choice and vote to rescind Governor Newsom's vaccine and booster mandate. Thank you very much.
Rebecca Barrios. Rebecca.
Thanks. Hi. Hi. Rebecca Barrios. My son is in Valley. It never gets easy. We are a large group that has been growing in numbers as the weeks go by. The stances that we have are all different, as you can see and hear. But one thing remains the same. We all don't want mandates. And we all want to maintain parental choice when it comes to our children's health. I am for everyone having choice, even opposite views of mine, so I am fighting for both sides. I won't get into statistics, as we can all agree that literally everyone is getting COVID, regardless of their status. That being said, if we are forced to give something to our children that we know now can't stop the spread and can be dangerous to them, I, for one, and many others in our group, will be pulling our children out. I would like to be part of a school district that stands behind all the parents, all of us. And all we are asking for is for you all to please, you guys, I'm begging, please, stand with us, a united front, and push back on Governor Newsom's mandate and help protect our choice for the new and the future choices of our school. Please, thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Cannon? Rebecca Cannon?
Victoria.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Victoria. It looked like it said Rebecca. My apologies.
No, it's okay. No, my name is Victoria Cannon. I have one child left in the school district. I'm here for him and all the kids in our community. I want to start by saying that we appreciate very much the board listening to us, acknowledging us, and putting this extremely important matter on the agenda. I also want to make sure it's clear to everyone that we do not talk about vaccines. We're here to express our opposition to mandates. Very important distinguish. I want to be brief today. We don't need to debate the data or science. It is in our faces with Omicron variant. There is no more denying that this medical intervention does not stop any transmission. There is no more denying that the vaxxed are getting sick. We see it in our classrooms, in our friend circles, in our school, in high schools with 100% jabbed. It affects everyone regardless of the status. Mandating something that does not work makes no sense. Well, we all know you're not mandating it yet, but you are just blindly following orders, and we're strongly asking you to reconsider this position and stand up for what is right. You're also following orders from the people who did not make one correct decision in the last 2 years. It backfired big time on you, on all the schools and high schools. We need leadership in this school. We need you to take responsibility for your actions. We need you to support all parents and all students. Equity and inclusion mean nothing when teachers scream at kids, segregate by groups, discriminate for vax status, harass them, do not acknowledge the medical differences, and so on. Some numbers are actually important for you to know. As of January 6, 2022, only 16.9%, 5 to 11 are fully vaxxed in LA County. That means that even if school decides to consider this position to mandate medical experimental intervention, 80% of parents are saying no. In Hermosa schools, only 44.4% are fully jabbed. You cannot afford to lose half of the school. Without a doubt, if you even consider mandating or requiring this medical intervention, my child will be out of this school, along with many, many more families. Our kids are the most important people in our lives, and we will not experiment on them. When making decisions, please remember you are not politicians, you are school board members. Thank you for your time and for supporting us parents in our right to in-person education without coercion and discrimination. Please adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Victoria. Andrea? Andrea?
Hi, good evening.
Would you state your full name and your relationship to the district?
Of course, my name is Andrea Larinetta, and I live in Hermosa Beach as a resident. My daughter went to 2 of your schools, and she now is in high school. I'm going to be the first one to say at this point that I'm not prepared to speak tonight, but I feel compelled to. I'm not going to bring scientific facts. I'm going to bring observations and human compassion. I've experienced, and I'm sure most of these parents here tonight have experienced teachers daily planting seeds in their children's minds that being unvaccinated is bad. It could kill someone. An unvaccinated person could also die themselves if infected, and this is tantamount to abuse. This happens daily. I have documentation of it. A family or an individual's personal reasons for their private medical decisions is a subject just as, or if not more, controversial than racism, sexism, and bigotry. There are multiple reasons that people in all walks of life base medical decisions. They are not simple decisions based on whims of the moment, and yet our schools and teachers express opinions based on erroneous black and white reasoning that segregates and isolates students, causing emotional harm. Do not encourage this behavior by implementing a vaccine mandate. Do not isolate families. Do not place families in a position to have to leave our schools. It is their right as individuals to choose their own medical procedures, medications, and decisions. Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards? Are there any other public cards? Seeing none, I am going to close public comment in person and move to virtual. Christine, how are we on virtual? Yep. Do you have a... Please come up.
I had asked initially to discuss two issues. One had to do with the dashboard. I appreciate that you guys are posting a number of cases. There had been a delay. Obviously, that's been taken care of, and I appreciate that. Please, if you could keep maintaining the dashboard, because it is information that some of the people in this town do want to know. Oh, my name is Richard Alberts. I live on 9th Street. My son's at Vista. The second had to do with the Department of Health in LA. There are recommendations that they published for reopening protocols for the schools. And one of them had to do with trying to maintain physical distancing for even for outdoors for the when kids are at lunch. And I realize obviously they have to take off their masks. But is there any way that they can separate the kids a little bit while they're having lunch? They're kind of packed into the tables. And I, for one, kind of believe that, yeah, it does get transmitted through the air. In the recommendations, they say masking now required, except while eating or drinking, but they do recommend physical distancing as best as possible. So I'd appreciate, I mean, is that part of the plan that you guys have planned? Is this part of our?
So Richard, if you can submit another card with your email on it, we can follow up with staff and have respond.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Am I able to speak beyond that?
Yeah, you have a minute 45.
Fine. I'm a physician. I've been in practice for 30 years in California and New York. I feel very, very strongly that people have a right to make their own decision for medical treatment. I would never try to impose on someone what they need to do. We all have a right. That being said, I think there's a lot of misinformation that's going around. You all seem like you're educated, but there's stuff being said here that's just not true. And in my, well, my opinion, but also to me, the facts. The vaccines, although they do not prevent people from getting Omicron, we know that. You look at the death rates in the hospitals. The ICUs, and I work in ICUs, the ICUs are full of people right now. And the people who are in the ICUs are the ones who are not vaccinated. The people who are having vaccinations are not in the ICUs. They're not dying. Are they getting sick? Absolutely. Does the vaccine prevent it? Absolutely not. In agreement, 100% agreement. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. But at the same time, if our goal is to prevent deaths from Omicron, from COVID as we know it now, is it working? Yeah, the vaccines work. They do work. It's kind of remarkable. They do work. Masks, do masks work? Well, I've heard here, no, masks don't work. Well, I can tell you, I work in a hospital. There are people, we're dealing day to day with people with COVID, and the people working in the hospital are not dying. They're wearing masks. You may not believe it. Well, some masks do. Why were they told to wear masks that weren't N95s? Those weren't available. If there were N95s available, everyone said, wear N95s. They weren't. Did the other masks, do they work as well as N95s? No.
Your time is up, sir.
But they help. Sorry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Did I miss any other pink cards? Okay, now I'm going to close public in person and we'll move to virtual.
President Bove LaMonica, I'm going to be admitting Diana's iPhone 6.
Diana, when you're ready, the 3-minute time will start.
She is joining now. Can you give her those instructions again?
Diana, when you're ready, please begin and the 3 minutes will start. Is she in the... Diane, if you're able to hear us, you may begin speaking. You have 3 minutes. Okay. Maybe she'll call back in. Do we have another speaker?
I do. I will be admitting a person who's on the telephone.
Hi, person on the telephone. You have 3 minutes to start speaking. When you start, the clock will begin.
Hi, the caller who just joined on the telephone, please dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello, person on the telephone. You have 3
Hello?
minutes to start speaking.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Please say your name and relationship to the district.
Hi, I'm Joanna Anderson. I'm a mother of 2 children in the Hermosa school. And I'm calling. I'm going to keep my comment short and sweet, but I'm completely opposed to the governor's COVID-19 vaccine mandate. And I'm calling to ask that the board and the superintendent please support parents' right to choose these important health decisions for their children. And I'm asking that you reject the governor's COVID vaccine mandate so that all our children can attend school together in this wonderful town that we love so much. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Christine, is there anyone else on the phone line?
I don't have anybody else waiting in the waiting room. We did have a couple other people who had been waiting, but they're no longer with us.
And the Diane person didn't call back in?
She has not.
Okay. So with that, we will close public comment. Let me just make sure there's nothing else here. Okay, seeing no more public comment, we will close public comment and move on to written communications. I will list out mine that the board has received at large. Let's see. On 12/8, we received a comment from Leanne Shantz on Panorama. On 12/15, we received an email from Tracy Barr on the vaccine mandate. On 12/17, we received an email from Tracy Henderson on school COVID procedures. On 12/19, vaccine mandate comments from Victoria Cannon. On 12/30, received virtual learning comments from Christine Schultz. On January 4th, Tracy Henderson with school COVID procedures. And on January 7th, Betty Maurer on board meeting notice. With that, I will open it up to Quentin, if you have any correspondence.
No correspondence.
No. Jen, any correspondence?
No, I just, there was 2, I got 2 correspondences from Victoria Cannon. Just make sure you got this.
Okay. Oh, you saying I missed one?
Well, I believe that she sent 2 emails.
Oh, got it.
I got
Okay.
2. I got 2 as well from Victoria Cannon, and one from an Indivisible Arts Board, the people who left these. They sent a message as well.
Thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Maggie, for covering the all ones. I also received one from Kimberly Allen regarding a school program. Senator Allen and local representatives regarding a Senate bill. Also, I believe, I wasn't sure because it wasn't group CC'd, but the concerned parents of Hermosa Beach, Victoria Cannon, Rebecca Barrios, and Tracy Bauer. Also, Suzanne Evans regarding fauna and fauna in the city. And Carolyn Petty with regards to just budget and some clarifications on the meeting in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on from communication into superintendent update.
Thank you, Maggie. First off, just a big thanks to Redondo Beach Unified School District for their support with testing. They opened up their testing over the last weekend, and for the remaining months of January, that's a huge boost to our capacity. I also want to next thank the Hermosa Beach community for their just extreme flexibility in the last week and a half. It has been a wild chase, and our parents have done a great job working with us, and our students have hung in there. Next, I want to thank Becky Schulten, HVPTO volunteers, for the distribution of the testing kits. The distribution was on yesterday, and we were able to hand out about 50% of those kits, and then we do the makeup pickup starting on Thursday at the front office for those who didn't have an opportunity to pick up after school. Next, I just want to thank our staff. They have been managing through. We've had staff either have people with COVID or themselves go down with COVID. And then we've had other staff pick up the slack and just make it happen for kids. All of us have pitched in. I had the fun opportunity of subbing in a 5th grade class last week. So a lot of good bouncing boys there, kept it real. But it's been good, and there's been good opportunities, and just a lot of our staff have really risen to the challenge. Next, I want to thank our Hermosa Beach vendors and donators to the Hermosa Beach staff holiday party. We gave away over $8,000 in gifts of donations to our staff. It was a lot of fun. We had a taco dinner. Kudos to Christine and the team for putting it together. And I hope you all had a good time. And then just a nice friendly plug for enrollment. We've bumped up our TK and kindergarten informational night. It's going to be on Wednesday, January 26th at 6 p.m. on Zoom. Looking forward to seeing our prospective new families and returning families there. And just a note as well, too, that TK is expanding. So if your child turns 5 by February 1st, 2023, then they can participate in TK. So that's a great opportunity for our families. We want to get them in early and get them into the Hermosa way. And then lastly, if I could have our board members, if you could hold up your indivisible arts, I don't know, hold it to the screen. So if you followed the story, I believe it was in the Easy Reader, but Indivisible Arts is a group of young artists who recognize it's just a tough time to be in educational leadership. And so they created a piece of artwork and a thank you card and sent it to all educational leaders in the South Bay area. Just a really, really kind gesture. And we received ours this week. And so I just want to give a big thank you to those young artists. And thank you, board, for displaying their beautiful artwork. I got one as well, too, that's in my office. That's the end of my superintendent update. Thank you, Maggie.
Thanks, Superintendent Johnson. Are there any questions on behalf of the board to the superintendent? Any comments? Stephen?
Jason, do we, just with TK and Kinder, do we have full day Kinder?
Yes, that's right, Stephen. It's full day TK Kinder. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors.
Good, thank you.
Doug?
Where is that full day TK and Kinder going to be next year?
Oh, thank you, Doug. That'll be at our brand new facility, Hermosa View, and our 3rd and 4th graders will be at Hermosa Vista, also a new facility.
Thank you.
Quentin, Jen? Okay, then Jason, just on behalf of the board, please reiterate to Redondo Beach our thank yous for getting our families, our community members into the testing centers. Big thank you to the parents, PTO, Becky Schulten yesterday for administering the kits to families. Wanted to do a thank you off of to the Valley School administrators yesterday for the tour of campus. It was so great to be in classrooms and seeing everybody do the thoughtful, creative work that happens in classrooms. And I think that is it. We'll move on to board reports. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Moving on to board reports. Jen, Equity Committee.
Hi, I'm going to just read some of the minutes that are, just so everyone knows in the public too, all the minutes, all the updates are on the website. So we try to update them immediately after the meeting, so you can always have access to them. and everyone's happy to discuss. You know, there's a number of people that come to the committee meeting, but I know Dr. Johnson and myself, anyone would be happy to discuss with you what is happening at the meetings. But I'm sure if you see who's attending in terms of parents and students, you may know some of those people in the community, so you might also ask them. The first thing we did is we went through some of the goal updates. Dr. Johnson took us through the reading assessment through Fontes and Canal, where we are as a district, minus the middle school. He took us through some of the Panorama assessments that were happening, that were going to happen. We know there were, of the 600 to 700 kids that took it and that were eligible to take it, the majority did take it. There were 59 opt-outs. He talked a bit about the benchmark assessment system that we're looking at to kind of understand the data that's happening in the district, to kind of improve where our standing is currently, and looking at how to use data. We talked a bit about the professional development that teachers are getting in order to take and administer those assessments, which is really powerful. We talked about Power School being where all the assessment data is going to be held over the next few years, or ongoing, sorry, I should say, which is great because it's a tool then teachers can use annually, and they don't have to just use it, they don't have to restart every year, which I think is a big move forward for us. We talked a bit about remodeling the student success team and having it be a little more systematized, and tried to, we asked some questions about if there were some SPED goals for the district, and those things are still being worked out and worked through, but some great foundations are being laid. We talked a little bit about the UCLA Center X professional development and got the point of view from the teachers that were present and how that went. We talked a bit about the tier 1, 2, and 3 interventions that are starting shortly and what those are going to look like for students. Let's see, we talked about being a culturally responsive campus and some of the school-wide programming that I know Ms. Gluck took us through the last board meeting, which was great. Kind of give you an overview of how we're heading into that. We talked about some of the digital resources that were being created. And then there was some questions about how can we continue to take the pulse of the students and staff from the experiences that they're having. So just to kind of always trying to get feedback and better the experience that the students and the staff are having. We moved on to talk about the equity dashboard, and it's a draft, it's a working document, you can see it online. And then there were some great working suggestions that Dr. Johnson took in. So it's going to continue to be revised and being presented. I'm not actually sure when we're going to present that again, but it's a work in progress document. Responsive specialist update. At this point, there was nothing to report yet because the teachers that were going to work on that not adjunct, but as an addition to their regular workday, hadn't gotten started yet. And then in terms of the response procedures, that was one thing that the Equity Task Force had asked to have the Equity Committee look at over the course of the year. And so Dr. Johnson brought in a couple examples of us to look at and just to try to start thinking about what kind of a response procedure were we looking to kind of create. So he gave us a couple scenarios to start thinking through. I think the group decided that they would like to continue the conversation. Maybe a protocol might be a little rigid, but having a continuous conversation and tools with the staff might be more what they were looking for. So it was a good conversation. There was nothing that was finalized on that, but that was the main crux of the meeting. And then the last thing we discussed were kind of what some of the families have brought up tonight, that mask mandates and the equity thread. And so if we are going to truly be an equity-driven community, how does mask mandates play into that? So that was brought up at the equity meeting as well, which was very powerful.
Thank you.
Did I miss anything?
You were great.
Thank you.
Any questions for Jen? Any comments?
One thing I wanted to say is I just wanted to do a shout out to all the people that are coming monthly to these meetings, their own time. They're, very well structured. I feel like the information is very transparent. I think anybody that has a concern or a question or wants to add to it, feel free to reach out to me, to Dr. Johnson. If you want something on an agenda there we can look at. But they're great meetings. These people are really dedicating their time to it, and I think really serving the community well, especially for people who have, I guess parents, especially that have students that are maybe not in the highest achieving students, that are really have some struggling students, and we're really trying to take a look at how equity plays into that. So I'm really proud of this group that they're doing a lot of work, and they're people in the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Comments or questions for Jen or Superintendent?
Jen, thank you so much.
Excellent. My update is on the CSBA Delegate Assembly. That was back in December 1st. That feels like a million years ago. The Delegate Assembly went as it normally does. It was about 4 hours on policy and process conversations on redoing rules and making it a more democratic process. I have been nominated to be on the Legislative Committee again for this upcoming year. Really excited for that. And so I will keep the group updated. Our first meeting is this Friday, where we're looking at upcoming legislative bills and where CSBA can put their advocacy. Comments or questions?
More of that, please, Maggie.
Bringing you in for more Senate testimony, Stephen.
Well done, thank you. We can make a difference.
Okay, then we will move on to any other board reports missing? Excellent. Moving on to the superintendent report, board discussion. Dr. Johnson, R-31-2122.
Test. Can you, audio okay? All right. Okay. Hi. All right. Hello, board. Tonight I'm here to talk to you about our HBCSD goal progress.
Jason, I think you'll need to speak more into the microphone.
How's my audio? I'm good? Okay. So, can you still hear me okay though, Jen?
Barely.
Barely? All right. I'll use my big booming voice. That's nice. Okay. All right. So, tone's been set. Tonight I'll be presenting on the Hermosa Beach City School District goals. We worked last year in the spring of 2021 in order to develop goals that were not just annual goals, but goals that we envision for the next 3 to 5 years of our school district. These goals attempted to navigate the current times, including the COVID crisis, as well as enrollment, construction, student learning, and then the future, building programs, extracurriculars, attaining academic achievement, and then also looking forward to develop our staff. This is the halfway mark in the school year, if you can believe it, and this is a progress report about where we're at. We're big believers here of a continuous improvement, and in order to do so, we want to bring data to the table as well as our progress. Slide. All right, so as far as our summary, to nail it all down, we are on target. I think despite the disruptions, these goals are moving forward, and we're establishing the correct foundations to set the tone for the next 5 years. Something to note, because it's come up about our achievement data, is that the achievement data that we have taken is diagnostic data. That means that it's preliminary data. So it's measuring the whole year on a third of student knowledge because we take it each trimester. Next is that January and March are pivotal periods for enrollment as well as construction. And so there will be several updates in those months in order to determine the future for enrollment and construction. Slide. These are our 3 goals. They're our guiding principles. Something I want to point out about all of them is that they are interwoven. They don't stand alone. They work together. You'll see a lot of overlap between these goals as well, too. You cannot have achievement, without intervention. You cannot have strong financial stewardship, without achievement, because achievement is what drives why people want to be here. So I just want to continue to reflect on that, and as proof positive, I mean, like each presentation you'll see tonight, I mean, like we will reference our 3 goals as we'll continue to do for the remainder of the year. Slide. Our first goal, culture of excellence. There are 3 areas in this goal, one of which is for academic achievement. So this goal establishes that, by the trimester 3 iReady assessment, so that's the standardized assessment that we've been taking since last year, that we will see an improvement in our performance, and we'll also establish a tri-assessment system. What does that mean? It means that we're not just taking a measure with one piece of data, we're taking it with multiple measures so we can compare and also norm our performance. Different tests measure different things. As far as our progress goes, you can see there that 65% of our students are at or above grade level in ELA. Keep in mind, that's just to start the year, so 65% of our students are already at mastery for the year, and 57% of our students are at grade level in math. The assessment benchmarks that we're designing for subject content, particularly multiple subjects, will be ready by the end of January 2022. And then our grade level leadership teams, in conjunction with our principals, are working on achievement goals, looking out for the next 1, 2, and year 3 to establish how we want to grow and what we feel is attainable as a staff and a team. Slide. Continuing with our culture of excellence, the next area is in developing professional development. There you can see that there is data in relation that we are taking ongoing feedback from our staff about the professional development we've been providing. We've also found ways to create space for our grade levels and our teachers to collaborate with each other. Most evidence-based research suggests that the best thing you can do in order to improve student achievement with professional development is allow teachers the time and the space to collaborate with each other in a targeted manner. Additionally, we provided intensive training in those following areas that include our intensive reading assessment, our intervention for reading, as well as our culturally responsive practices, special education, and our iReady academic achievement assessment. Why the achievement assessment? Because it also has an intervention component that our teachers can assign to students that's responsive to their student progress. Slide. Oh, wait, sorry. Go back one. I also want to note that we've had a focus at the middle school level on developing our science program. And one of our first steps is that we took our science teachers to the National Science Conference with their principal. And we're also providing collaboration days with the principal in order to develop a strategic plan. Slide. Continuing on, we're looking to the future about how we're going to continue to develop our programs by restructuring or promoting success. We have expanded 5 new electives, you can see there, one of which was 5th grade band, and then as far as also an intervention course called Student Academic Support. We're communicating this progress and highlighting our programs, through our new social media and communication systems, including the newly revamped Constant Contact, for those of you that have received a parent email that you can read on your phone now, as well as Instagram, Facebook. And then by the end of January, our website will be finally reconstructed and have a new, more accessible look. And to highlight our state of education was about programs. Where are we headed? We are rolling up our elective selection process and going to revamp our electives based off of student interest. And we look forward to bringing more ideas and progress to the board on that. Slide. A seamless transition to equity and inclusion, where you'll see also that it is driven by academic achievement and goal progress towards our student learning. We have had professional development with UCLA Center X. Our responsive practice specialists have been developing. They're actually going to release their first resources to our teachers this week. And then you can see with just completing that capacity, building that capacity, that our Panorama Climate Survey, we've seen a pretty decent increase and diversity and inclusion awareness. I mean, like favorable responses from our students with the growth as noted there on the slide. Again, a big part of this work is targeting at-risk learners. And what we've done is we've worked towards targeting those students that are performing below grade level by our diagnostic. So utilizing the iReady diagnostic, we've targeted that 43% of our students have performed either below grade level or near grade level. And 35% of our students are performing either below grade level or near grade level in reading. Using that data and our Fontes Pinal data, which is the Fontes and Pinal reading assessment, which is an intensive reading assessment that's one-on-one with the teacher, where the teacher has the opportunity in order to learn where that student may have gaps in their reading performance, all the way from decoding to reading comprehension, has helped us where we're developing intervention groups. And there you see the number of students that we're providing intervention to in a diverse way. One size does not fit all. So we have 35 students participating in our level literacy intervention, all the way to in our academic support class at the middle school level, there are 8 students that are participants in that class. Slide. So as part of our initiative, we continue to double down on our social emotional learning programs and wellness. This is now more important than ever after the experiences of COVID, and then now our students back on campus with COVID still very much with us. Our commitment to our 2-counselor system has led to a large number of students being netted and supported. I think that you can see there with over 105 students are receiving individual counseling, and the level of access all the way from newsletters to coffee with a counselor is giving the far reach that is necessary in order to support. It also has provided enough school-wide programs that reach all students, all the way from start the day with hello to classroom lessons, and then even in some cases organizational groups, that supports executive functioning. I think a big thing to highlight here is that there was a significant growth at the 6-8 level. Middle school is always tougher in this range for social emotional wellness, where we saw a growth by over 12% in favorable response from last year to this year. Slide.
Big deal.
All right, there you get a look at some of our sleek advertisement posters for our enrollment. If you drive down Pure Avenue right now, you'll see on the marquee, what's playing? Hermosa Beach City School District is playing. So our enrollment period is being pushed up by a whole 2 months, and enrollment is healthy right now. We've had a substantial increase that has quietly been ticking up. We did have a substantial decrease all the way to 1190 last year, and we've rebounded to 1240. And during the course of this school year, we've picked up, I believe it's over 15 students since the start of the school year, because I believe we started at like 1225. So I would say that, again, we continue to see a healthy growth to get us back to where we want to be. And part of that has been the promotion of our district. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, TK informational night, full day kinder, full day TK, January 24th. I think a big important thing that I really want to note is for TK, especially for those of you that have no young families, that February 1st, 2023, if your child turns 5 on or before then, you're ready for TK. So come on down. Slide. Completing construction, we continue to be on target. There have been some delays that were asbestos related. That's just going to happen. It's an old building. So we're slated for an August 23rd completion date. We are on target for budget. We will utilize our contingency money. We've had some additions to the project, one of which is just work in the NPR that we just really felt was necessary, as well as some exterior work on building C, D, and E. We did project value initially in order to make sure that the project would come in on budget. And as we all know, that there's been a major cost escalation due to COVID. However, there's just some work that needs to be done, and also we have some city exterior improvements as well too. So we'll end up coming in right on target. It looks like right now, but we will utilize our contingency money. And that's what it's there for. And then in February, we'll present to the board the 3-site strategic plan. We'll be going to 3 sites. I'll sadly be leaving South Park. I don't mean that at all. Me and that porta potty have a special relationship. So we'll be bringing to the board how we intend to approach the 3-site strategic plan, and look forward to your review of that. Slide. Okay, so part of our work in financial stewardship is continuing to expand our partnerships with local or non-local organizations. There you see we have secured a lot of grants this year. Kudos to the Education Department, Sylvia Gluck. And I also want to give major credit to our staff and to our parents. HBF fundraising is up. And if you look at net revenue, it's up 60% from where it was last year. So we are moving along and healthy. And I think the most important thing is our kids are in school. And our parents, recognize the strength of our programs and continue to give. And then, as I mentioned before, we're starting with revamping our elective programs in order to better support student interest. We continue to look for grants that we can apply for, especially with this new round of the governor's budget. And we are also continuing to partner with our local organizations. For example, most recently we've been working closely with the Chamber of Commerce for our promotion efforts. So we look forward to that. I have a meeting next 2 weeks with the Leadership Hermosa, and they're looking to develop a program for leaders in our community. And then we are also, of course, working with our wellness committee and developing ideas about how to better support student engagement. So continue to expand in this area, and I look forward to more to come. Slide. Thank you. So in conclusion, I would say that we are making great progress despite the challenges that come with this year. And I really credit that to our staff and our community. Our staff works incredibly hard to keep the momentum going, and our community has been a great support, whether that be, just with supporting their kids getting to school, or their fiscal contributions, or their involvement in committees and organizations like yourself. Thank you, and at this time I'll take any questions.
Thanks so much, Superintendent Johnson. I'll start over here. Stephen, any comments, questions?
Jason, team, thank you very much. And there's a lot in here to unpack. So I actually don't have too many questions. It's a huge amount of thanks, as you appropriately said, not only to yourselves, the administration staff, but also the community. We're all dealing with a lot right now, so appreciation. Actually, something not in the deck, and it's sort of actually something that we've done in the last couple of years. I just wanted to mention it. I think it's on our radar. These goals and what have you, but in the minds of our consumers, if we were to sort of understand our stakeholders, both students, staff, parents, community members, etc., we do an Mps survey. I know Maggie said she didn't want to hear it. But I was just curious. When we plan to sort of field that, I'm curious to hear how our stakeholders are feeling about what are the things we're doing well and what are the things that we can improve on.
Great. Does Maggie have control of the lighting? Because I feel like the mood lighting went off. As far as the Mps survey, we plan to administer beginning next week. The communications are ready to go out, and we shared that data with them last year. We also will be putting out the California Healthy Kids survey. That's come around as well too. There's a staff and a parent portion of that, and then you noted our Panorama data with student response as well too. So I too look forward to that data. I think that a lot has transpired in the last 6 months. Since we conducted the survey, I believe in about June of last year, and even just the open feedback portion. So
So we hope to have that data for our board workshop, is that correct?
Yes, that's the intention is to
intent.
have
Great.
it for the governance workshop on February 5th.
Great, thank you, Jason. No further questions.
I don't have any questions. I second all the appreciation for the team and the staff. Like, we've made great accomplishments, particularly considering everything else that's been going on over the last several months or this year. So we know everybody works super hard. We appreciate it. The kids appreciate it. So thank you.
Jen?
Yeah, no, I agree. Ditto. Thank you. I know we thanked you privately, but I just want to thank you publicly again, just that you're doing a great job studying the district and getting us all like in all the right pieces in the right places. So thank you, and thank you the staff. Thanks, Sylvia. Thanks, Paula. We know how hard you work. And Christine, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll just add that I want to applaud you in the district for keeping a focus on these core topics. I think we're, to the point you made earlier, I think we're, setting goals and operating with them. They're not just words and platitudes. They're things that we're focused on every day and in every meeting, and kudos for that.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Johnson. We're going to move on to R-32-2122 with Ms. Sylvia Gluck, Culture of Excellence and Achievement.
Hello, and thank you, and good evening. Today I'm here to talk to you about a culture of excellence and academic achievement. We are really looking at our student achievement across the board and with various tools. So that's what we'll be talking about tonight. Slide, please. As Dr. Johnson pointed out earlier today, we will continue to focus on these three goals, but our culture of excellence is really our focus on achievement, but it does intertwine with our equity and inclusion. And we want all of our students to succeed and achieve in our school district. And we will continue to focus on intervention, daily practices, and continue to make our district the best it can be with our academics. Slide, please. The summary of today really focuses on 4 overall standout features. We will be looking at our Fontes and Canal as it is comped with our iReady scores, and you will see that our Fontes and Canal reading scores are slightly inflated, and we believe that there is still some additional need for professional development of our staff in the practice and use with Fontes and Canal, and we've been focusing on our professional development to continue that trajectory, as well as having staff members that are FNP coaches to help our staff. We also wanted to look at our data from our neighboring districts in regards to achievement, but due to some various COVID-related things that were put into place last year, CASP was not enforced, and various districts were able to use diagnostic benchmarks that they chose. So comparing data with other districts is very difficult for this year, so it is not available. And lastly, I'm proud to talk about how we are going to be housing all of our data in our district and how we can continue to monitor our progress in one centralized location. Slide, please. We spent some time at a previous board meeting looking at our diagnostic assessment results from iReady. And just as a reminder, the diagnostic provides teachers with a complete picture of our student performance as related to their grade level and national norms. The data shown on these 2 slides shows students that are performing at or above grade level. You can see that students need a focus and a little bit more intervention in the area of math. Teaching math during the pandemic and online is difficult. It's much easier to teach in person, and I believe as we continue to educate our kids in person, these scores will continue to rise. You can also see that our youngest students who have not been in school for quite some time, our 1st and 2nd graders who really their first time in school is now, their scores are a little bit lower, and I believe those will continue to improve with the interventions that we have in place within the district. Slide, please. So we are going to spend a little bit of time on our Fontes and Canal scores. As you can see, it is broken down into 4 categories. We really are looking at the data meets and exceeds, and that data is quite high. There are some various reasons why it could be higher. One thing is Fontes and Pinel is done in person in a one-on-one setting, where iReady is done on a computer. So the environment's a little bit different. We are looking at our independent and instructional reading levels. The teachers can also observe student behaviors. They can engage one-on-one in a comprehensive conversation that goes beyond retelling a story and making some informed decisions to connect to the assessment as well as their instruction. We are doing this assessment for grades 1st through 5th, and we will include kindergarten at 3rd trimester. And students who are not performing at the end of the trimester 3 will be given the F&P again 2nd trimester. Slide, please. So here's the data that we are comparing our F&P with our iReady. As we previously discussed, the F&P scores are inflated. Is this due to environmental factors? Are teachers encouraging students? Is the close proximity sitting next to a student affecting a student's response? Taking an assessment on a computer, the students do not have that opportunity to get a friendly smile from a teacher or a reminder to continue to pursue and persevere. Is that a reason, or is it that we just need to continue to develop our teachers' ability and skill with providing the Fontes and Pinel assessment? And as we continue to do it more frequently with additional professional development and coaching, will those scores eventually level? One last thing is that iReady was provided to our students in October, and our Fontes and Pinel was administered to students November 15th through December 3rd. So our students had the opportunity to become students in a classroom a little longer than when they took the iReady assessment. Slide, please. So when we look at the South Bay, our neighboring school districts are using various diagnostic assessments. No one is using the same assessment. Our neighbors on the Hill, as well as Torrance, have joined us with using iReady. Manhattan Beach and El Segundo are using Renaissance Star, and Redondo Beach is using NWA Math Growth. In 2020, the CDE, as well as the feds, stated that we no longer had to do the Csba assessment due to COVID and administering an assessment during a pandemic. That was something that we had never crossed. So that assessment was told. In 2021, the CDE allowed each individual district to choose a diagnostic that they felt comfortable or administer the Csba via distance learning. The districts in the South Bay had chosen to use a diagnostic assessment, so it's very difficult to compare an apple to an apple when everyone's using a different assessment with different scoring and measurement. Slide, please. One thing that we're really proud of this year is we are housing much data in our school information system, and it's called Utility Tracker. Our teachers will be trained in January, and they will be able to look at how to pull student data in regards to Fontes and Pinel scores, iReady, and then eventually Csba scores will be there. It will be in one spot. We can also look at whether a student is an EL student just at a glance, whether they're in special education and have an IEP, a medical alert. We can also look at their attendance. So it provides us a whole view of a child. So we can go ahead and work with that child in the various areas that they may need some achievement or some growth or opportunities to improve in. And it will allow everyone at the school site to have their eyes on that child. So we can go ahead and coach them and provide them the tools they need to succeed. Slide, please. I'm really proud of the work that the Equity and Inclusion Committee has requested that we do a dashboard, and I was happy that I was asked to compile the data. You can now view social emotional wellness, diversity, inclusion, and achievement data on our district website. It's under Ed Services, and then there's a data and assessment link that you can directly go to. There are subgroup data on demographics, as well as the Panorama social emotional wellness data that's there. And as we continue to take various assessments, we will be able to compare how our students are doing throughout the year, and then compare them throughout various years as well. So that is available. Slide, please. And lastly, we do have an assessment calendar that our staff are working off of that provide dates so they know when we will be doing various achievement or diagnostic tests. So we have our iReady assessments that we're taking 3 times this year, our Fontes and Canal, as well as our CAST. The CAST is our summative assessment, which will measure how much the students have learned throughout the year. And that's done May 23rd through June 10th. And that will be on the California dashboard, those results for the following school year. Slide, please. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Sylvia. Does anyone have, Jen, you want to start? Try again.
Hello? Okay, sorry. Hi, thanks Sylvia for all of this, putting all this together. It's always, it's my favorite part because I think the data is kind of interesting. Always, it tells a great story. Can I have you look at I think it's the iReady data that has the chart. I'd have to go back to, it's one of the first 3 pages where the iReady data is only up to 80%. Are we able to?
Slide 4.
So
then
yeah,
I can tell you that graph has been updated on our equity and inclusion dashboard, where it is now up to 100%.
Perfect, thank you. I know that was like a comment, and I just want to make sure people know that we did notice that it's not out of 100. And then can you remind me, Fontes and Canal, my memory serves me as it's a fluency test and a comprehension test. And is iReady testing the same thing, just out of curiosity?
So iReady tests various areas. It tests phonemic awareness, phonics, high frequency words, and it also tests comprehension on informational text and fiction.
Okay, and Fontes and Canal does do fluency and comprehension still?
It does, yes.
Okay. I just didn't know if they're apples to apples kind of tests that you can actually compare the data side by side like we're doing.
You can compare, that's why we're doing the comparison between the FNP and the iReady data to see how closely they are.
Yep.
And to comp the data. We feel that our teachers still need some training on the FNP, and we're hoping that as we continue to have professional development and coaching in that area, that we'll see more similarities between the 2 scores.
Yeah. Great, thank you. And then my last question was about the results. So if I'm a parent in the community and I receive these results, how will I receive them? And then is there an explanation? And I'm asking because I received the MAP scores from Redondo, and I've been in education for a very long time now, and it was very hard for me to understand. So I didn't know, I had to look it up, I had to, Google things, and there was no explanation. So I'm wondering what kind of explanation we're giving to families.
So what we did this year is we pushed our parent-teacher conferences back so that our teachers can present the iReady data to families in person or via Zoom so that they can have all their questions asked. We also sent the data home with a letter as well as with the scores. And then families were advised that they could reach out to their teacher in regards to for their questions that they have. just a reminder, we are measuring the kids at first trimester, second trimester, but it's really at the end of their trimesters where we want to see how much they have learned and in regards to the standards.
Great. And will they also, the teachers be able to take parents through the Fontes and Pinel data as well?
That was also discussed at parent-teacher conferences.
It was, okay. It's great. I mean, if you can really sit with parents and explain this data, you really are getting a real good snapshot of where your child is at. So I think this is a great step forward.
We also created a letter to go home for the F&P scores so parents can understand where their children were at. And that will be utilized for second trimester and third trimester.
Great, thank you.
Quentin?
You're welcome.
Stephen?
Bloody brilliant. Thank you.
Doug?
Second.
Sylvia, quick question for you. Looking at slide 6, the averages are just looking at first grade with the 35 to 62. Like, how do you pick the middle? How do you square what's correct?
You know, when you look at them, I like to look at the data from January in regards to the iReady. I'm going to be frank with you. It's the first time a first grader took an assessment on a computer. The usability, understanding how to take that assessment, it's a lot for a first grader, and especially students who maybe it's their first time in a public school. A lot of students did not attend school or kindergarten or came in the middle. So it's very difficult to actually give you an answer, Maggie. That's why I'm more interested in looking at the data at the end of January compared to the iReady taken in October to see how we are doing in regards to increases in academic achievement and what sort of gains we've made and in what areas do we need to focus intervention on.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you so much. If there are no other comments, we will close that report and move on to R-332122, still up with Ms. Gluck, social emotional learning updates.
Okay. So I'm really excited to talk to you about the work that we've done in social emotional learning and how it relates to research. There's a lot of great information in this presentation, and I dug really deep to provide you with a thorough presentation. Slide, please. One thing that we are proud of is that we did see favorable responses and increases in both diversity and equity and sense of belonging, which is a nice correlation to the work we've been doing as a district in regards to the professional development and the focus of our 3 strategic goals. The one thing I'd like to continue to focus on is to work with our school counselor in developing the professional development and use of the Panorama playbook on how to address student needs and the school's needs in regards to social emotional learning. Slide, please. There's a lot of benefits that are connected to social emotional learning and social emotion programming. We know leads to increased and improved academic performance, and it also helps with decreasing in anxiety and behavior issues, among other benefits, and that's what I'm here to talk to you about today. Slide, please. So there are numerous research reports that show social emotional learning can have a positive impact on students' academic performance. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about 2 studies. This study I found on the Edutopia website, in which it shows the positive effects on how social emotional learning does help with behavior and academic outcomes. This was a study of 213 programs over 3 decades of research. So it's there's a lot of depth to the study. And it does prove that when you have when you have a strong academic and social emotional learning, you do see a correlation with academic achievement. And there was 11 percentile points increase with students who did not have social emotional learning in their program. And this study was done through K through high school, and it affected and improved student skills as well as their learning outcomes. Slide, please. This is another study that was done in 2017, and this was from the CASEL website, and it does show a review of 82 programs. And what it shows that higher social and emotional competencies among social emotional learning students at the end of initial intervention was the best predictor of long-term benefits. Benefits were the same regardless of socioeconomic backgrounds, students' race, ethnicity, or school location. And that's really important with the work that we're doing with equity and inclusion. You can see the number of students that were studied and the age range. So it was a broad range, and it did look at various topics, but the outcomes do show that social emotional learning does have effect on student achievement. Slide, please. Lastly, here's some of the areas that social emotional learning affects. We have our mental health. We do know that when students are not stressed, their academic environment is open to them and they can learn. So we do see the increase of academic scores. The other thing is when students have social emotional learning in their academics and it's everyday part of their life, we do know that it helps them with lifelong decisions and makes them productive citizens. And it does affect students of all demographics and backgrounds. Slide, please. So the Panorama Survey, thank you to the Equity and Inclusion Task Force for providing this as an option for us to survey our students. We are using it for our 3rd through 8th grade students, and we did provide this survey in December. We did continue to do the 2 surveys that we previously had given in the spring so we can compare the data and see how the work that we're doing as a school district is affecting our students. We had over 85% of our students participate, and parents have the option to opt out their students if they felt the survey was not appropriate for their children. Slide, please. So you can look at the data and how we collected it from last year to this year. We are keeping our 3rd through 5th grade data as elementary data, and then we're looking at our 6th through 8th grade data, and you can see our change over time. In regards to diversity and inclusion, we see some significant gains with the work that we're doing, and there's a lot of things that we're doing. I know we talk about culturally responsive classrooms at the end of every trimester. And each month we have a month that we're focusing on as a school, and we're providing lessons around that. We have culturally responsive teachers that are providing staff information on how to address things in their classroom and give them some resources that they can use. We have our librarians that are providing books that are rich with different subjects. In regards to sense of belonging, we do see a slight decrease in our 3rd through 5th grade, our change over time, but we do see a high increase with our middle school students. Just as a reminder, our middle school students were kept out of school the longest, so coming back to school is probably something that they're really enjoying and not taking for granted. Slides, please. So we're going to first cover our social emotional learning survey. Slide, please. You can look at the data that we have from our winter as well as from 2021 to December. So we did provide the surveys at different times last year. So our 3rd through 5th graders took the assessment or the survey in April, and our 6th through 8th graders took the survey in February. We have now calibrated everyone taking the survey in December now. So we do have a standard time that we'll be taking it each year. You can see how our students are performing. There are some areas that are very close or the same, and there's some gains. So you can see the various grade levels and how they're performing, especially in 6th grade. You can go ahead and see that huge increase where students are answering more in a positive answers more favorably. Slide, please. When we look at sense of belonging, these are the questions that our students were provided. They look at how people understand them, how adults support them, how much other of their peers show respect to them, and how much they feel they belong at school. So our 3rd through 5th graders, we see some gains and we see some areas where there has been a decrease in their response. But when you look at their decrease, the respect students show you that's the area that we can have a focus on. And that's where the Panorama playbook will help in providing teachers with social emotional lessons that can support that specific area. Our middle school students, in regards to sense of belonging, we do see some strong increases on how they feel. And we've made some significant strides in this area. What will be interesting is when we get our California Healthy Kids data that will be taken in February to compare to Panorama to see how the 2 surveys compare. Slide, please. Panorama also offers the district the opportunity to ask some open-ended questions. We compared the open-ended questions from last year to this year. Many of the responses are the same, and then there are some that are a little bit different. It's not surprising, you know, that Zoom was something that the students did talk about last year, and this year it's something that they're not happy about, and it's not something they're bringing up. But family and friends, as you can see, is a constant factor in students' lives, and that makes sense because they do spend time with family and friends, whether we're in a pandemic or not. Pets are another area that make people really happy, as well as video games. But we did take the survey toward close to winter break, so the kids were really happy about winter break coming up. Slide, please. We also asked them what was something that felt hard for them. And you can see last year that COVID was an area that did affect students, but there are some really positive things that have subsided, but homework is an area that is something that students are looking at, as well as balancing sports and school. Slide, please. And then how can teachers better support the students? You can see how they mark their responses, and a lot of the students feel the teachers are doing great. Slide, please. Diversity and inclusion. This is an area that we've done a lot of focus on, so we're going to go ahead and look at the results. Slide, please. You can see the work that we've been doing. There's been some increases in regards to diversity and inclusion. Specifically in the middle school area, we can see an increase. Slide, please. These are the questions that were asked in regards to diversity and inclusion. You can see the areas that we've seen a lot of positive increases. We can continue to work on how students treat other people and how adults treat other people. Those are areas that can be a focus. Slide, please. Here's our open-ended questions. You can see the difference in regards to the responses. They just wish their teachers just knew there's few people of color schools, and they have friends of different cultures was something that stood out. Slide. And what can we keep doing to support students? Continue educating our students about race, and treating everyone equally is something that continues to be a common theme. Slide. And then what are we doing with the information? Slide. Here's our supports that our counselors are providing for our students. And as you can see with the supports that we've been providing, we've seen a lot of increases in regards to our scores with Panorama. Slide. Here's the resources to the studies. Slide. And any questions?
Thank you so much, Sylvia, for that information. I'd like to open it up to the board for comments or questions. Anyone like to start?
I just want to thank Sylvia and the district administration for, I think, in the last several meetings, for me at least, it's become the link between social emotional learning and achievement, academic achievement, has become much, much sharper and clearer, and I appreciate that. I think there was, in some minds, a perception that somehow these things were distinct and were in competition with each other, and that spending time and effort around social emotional issues would somehow detract from the kind of core hard tasks of learning. And I think this work and the well-sourced research here shows that that's not the case, that these are complementary tasks, and I think that's important to underline, and I applaud the district for helping to make that clear.
Thanks so much for that, Quentin. Jen?
Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a quick thank you again, Sylvia and the district, for pulling this together. And I ditto what Quentin has said. I have a question about the open-ended questions, and if it's possible to look at the raw data from that, just because I think we could maybe just educate ourselves even more on how kids are thinking. So if that's possible, I'd love to. That's to me the interesting part to read sometimes. So if that's possible, you can just share that with us.
We can share that with you.
All good, Jen? Yep. Doug?
No further comments. Thank you, Sylvia.
Stephen?
Same. Thank you.
Sylvia, I have a question for you. Actually, it's more of an observation, and maybe this is something that you all have thought about, but looking at the trends between 3rd through 5th grade, my mind was going to the fact that 3rd graders in the past year have been up 3 separate campuses because of the transition from View to Vista to Valley. Now you look at the 5th grade, the last normal year they had was 2nd grade. Like that group is specifically, like the decline in support that they feel seems right, given the amount of transition that they have had to experience in the past 2 years. So I don't know if that's one of the takeaways you guys looked at the data, but given the amount of transitions, I know we had several staffing challenges with 2nd and 3rd grade last year of who was in a Zoom versus in-person as we were slowly moving back in the spring. So they didn't have the opportunities to form a lot of those deeper relationships. So just one of the takeaways I was looking at with that data. Okay.
I think you can also track that back to the iReady and the Fontes and Bunnell data too. You see it in 3rd grade. It's a pretty big dip. So
yep.
I think those things kind of go together.
Really, that grouping really was hit hard.
I had one other question just about counseling services. And I remember you said like about 105 kids were receiving counseling services. Is that higher than normal? I know we haven't always had 2 counselors steady full-time, but.
I'll take that, Sylvia. I would say that it's hard to compare because even when we did introduce the 2 counselor system, we were still partially in virtual and didn't come online until spring. But what I can tell you is we never came close to those kind of numbers as far as our counseling access. And I would say that it is a product of our counselors' accessibility and going out and getting students and bringing them into counseling services as needed. And then I would say it's also because the return to campus and negotiating the campus, drives that need.
So these are students that actually their parents have said, yes, I want them to have services. And
that's correct.
I mean, it's a very large number just for perspective for everyone that's listening still. I've been in multiple school sites and I've not seen 105. I mean, it's just a large number. So, yeah.
Okay.
So thank you to the counselors that are doing a lot of the hard work, and thank you to HBEF that's supporting that initiative too. So.
Good. Okay. Thank you so much, Sylvia, for that report. Moving on to R-34-2122, enrollment staffing updates with Dr. Johnson.
Test, test. Thank you. Board, tonight I'd like to share with you an update to our enrollment. We are charging hard at getting a robust enrollment at TK and other grades. And we want to share a little bit about that work, our projections looking into next year, and some of the fiscal impact of those projections. Slide. So in summary, that mood lighting. In summary, the enrollment projections are based off of a conservative or moderate projection, and that is a result of either seeing an increase or a flattening or a break-even year of enrollment in 22-23. The projections result in a change in revenue because of the loss of hold harmless on ADA, and every district in the state of California, or at least the vast majority, have experienced declining enrollment, mostly in relation due to COVID. We are looking in these projections at a limited certificated layoff, and I'll share a little bit more about those numbers and details. Slide. So this is a look at our enrollment in January when those most recent numbers were taken. Last week we saw a +5 gain, so now we're at 1240. You can kind of see, this is a comparison to a benchmark that we set last year, which was a moderate benchmark, which we met in our enrollment period for this year. And I would say I think that we landed in a pretty sweet spot as far as our final enrollment as we stand going into the P2, which is a 1240. Our good benchmark was set at 1251. Something just to note is that if you look at our enrollment, one of the things that Hermosa is dealing with is on the 6 through 8 end, we have our largest classes. And on the TK2 end, you mean like our relatively smaller classes. So sometimes when we talk about declining enrollment, what we're really talking about is grade level attrition because our larger classes were at the higher level. So just something to note, and we're going to see how these numbers compare going into next year. Slide. So this was the first interim budget that was presented to you in 2021 by Paula. And what you see there is a change in enrollment a change in revenue from 22-23 to 23-24. That change in revenue is explained by the loss of hold harmless. Just as a friendly reminder what hold harmless is, the state of California recognized that school districts across the state had a substantial loss of enrollment that dwarfed any given year. This isn't enrollment and attrition. This was a substantial enrollment loss because of a crisis. So in turn, they held districts harmless and did not equate it to their ADA. Something to note about ADA and its practice is that I believe we're one of 5 or 6 states that actually do an ADA system. Most states in the nation collect or provide funding for schools based off of just straight enrollment. So that's where you look at the 23-24 year and it's like, well, why is there not a change of revenue and why is it a plus in that case? Well, that's because we would have adjusted to the loss of hold harmless at that point, and our enrollment change in revenue would actually go up with a COLA adjustment or a cost of living. Slide. So we work with a company that we worked with for a long time called Decision Insight. They're owned by PowerSchool. They're a top-rated enrollment projection company, and what they do is they look at a number of factors and equate that into a formula. They even look at special factors such as our new facilities or our permit program, our full-day TKK, and they factor those in order to develop projection numbers. It's a very thorough process. We worked with them for over a month, did interviews with their statisticians, if that's the right word, and they have a great comprehensive resource that we also have access to, which has been kind of fun because we did a lot of our own projection work last year. So now having these tools at our disposal, I believe, makes us even better at the projections that we provided for you last year as well too. Slide. So there are a lot of enrollment factors, and last year I presented extensively to the board about our strategic plan for increasing enrollment. I will not go into depth to rehash that plan, but I can share with you some of the highlights here, particularly the things that are new, such as our enrollment campaign beginning 2 months earlier. Our TK Kinder Informational event, which is typically in March, is now in January. And then also I'm sure everyone, as we mentioned before, our new social media campaigns that really paints a picture of our school district, getting into depth what we call the 5 pillars of our communication of Hermosa. And then we mentioned also about the TK early enrollment. I want to give special kudos to our partnerships, including the City of Hermosa Beach, City Manager Suja Lowenthal at her all hands meeting, which is like the city's all staff meeting, pitched the district and encouraged them to enroll their kids in our district as Hermosa Beach employees. And we continue to work with partners like that in order to get the word out. And we're looking forward to those banners going out over Pier Avenue as well too. Slide. So here is a look at the projections, and I'll just give the public and yourselves a moment to take it in. Last year we gave 3 different types of projections. This year, in working with Decision Insight, they base it off of 2 projections, one being a conservative projection and the other a moderate projection. The difference being is conservative projections typically a district looks at when establishing their budget and fiscal health. And then the moderate projection a district looks at when establishing their facilities. So with facilities, you mean like you want to err on the side of having enough seats. We do. And fiscally, you want to err on the side of making sure you can pay your bills. And we can. So I'm going to talk a little bit more in depth about what these projections mean for us in relation to facilities and our fiscal health. Slide. So with this conservative projection, you can see those numbers across the grade levels. Something to note is that our TK numbers go up, but our kinder numbers still hover relatively lower by projection. This would result in a staff reduction of 2 layoffs. That's substantially lower than what we were facing last year and the layoffs that this board did approve and then later rescinded based off of the change in variables of the budget and enrollment. As far as the deficit projection, which this board is well aware from the first interim that we were facing a deficit projection based off the loss of hold harmless, that would be 1.55 million. Why the increase from the first interim deficit? It's an increase in cost. Inevitably, the first interim projection, we also actually based off of a higher enrollment projection, and in turn, the conservative enrollment projection is lower than our initial interim budget projection, if you can follow all those projection words. Slide. This is just a chart of looking ahead, so where we're projected and where we're going. Something just to kind of note is by the, and I think it's important to note about our performance, because it's very hard to predict Hermosa, in my opinion, which is one of the reasons that last year we did some of our enrollment projections ourselves without the help of Decision Insight. Because by formula, there's a lot of X factors, right? So in 2022, the projection is 1223. Well, something to note is that we've already beaten that. And you say like, well, it's only 17 students. Well, 17 students is a lot of kids in our school district. We're a very small school district. So that can make a pretty big difference in ADA, especially ADA. If you look at, like, there's always, your ADA is always lower than your enrollment. So you see, though, that generally, even on a conservative trend, that from where we're at, there's growth. Slide. Sorry, I was looking at my own screen and realized I needed to click forward myself. Okay, the enrollment projection for moderate. So this would result in a reduction of FT or an elementary school teacher by 1. And you can see there that the deficit projection is probably more even with the first interim deficit projection. The reason being, and it's like, well, with the increasing enrollment, why isn't there less of a deficit? Well, something to reckon with, especially in a small school district like ours, is that with increase in enrollment also is an increase in costs. Now, of course, to increase enrollment more, you mean like we'll reduce that deficit, you mean like because we'll be producing more ADA, but still cost lags behind. And it's important for capacity's sake to note that it's important that we continue to grow enrollment because public schooling is based on scale to some extent. And so the more students you have, you mean like the better you're able to scale services and programs and costs. Anyone that works in Hermosa knows this well. Because all of us wear a lot of different hats and we wish we could scale work. So I just want to make that note where you see how you're literally looking at the tipping of the balance of when you mean like the cost, you mean like and the deficit sort to kind of cross over each other by this projection scale and the budget corresponding to it. Slide. Same thing to note with this projection going into next year, that they're projecting 1253, and then by 2025, 1325, so crossing over to the 1300 threshold. Our ADA right now is calculated on a 1306, if memory serves me right. So by 2025, we would be exceeding that ADA. Slide. This is a breakdown, a comparison of those numbers. I think this chart is more helpful in reference than it is in presentation, but I just want to take a moment just to give the public an opportunity to review those numbers in comparison, and also just to make note of this really is the most important thing that we're doing is looking at not bringing in new enrollment, but also dealing with the outgoing attrition by the higher grade levels. That's just a very important thing to note in the trends of our numbers. Slide. So this is a multi-year budget projection based off of these enrollment numbers. Thank you, Paula. What you see here is cost breakdown over the course of those years in relation to our reserves. So even by conservative, you mean like what you can see is that we are still able to maintain a reserve that slightly falls below the state average by 23, 24. And then also just to note too that this is based off of not the current governor's budget proposal, but like a COLA increase over time. So that explains the increasing revenue. And by expenditures, I mean like the decrease in expenditures is we currently are contracting with a lot of service labor, particularly in the areas of special education, and that's due to a staffing shortage, especially in specialists, school psychologists, speech pathologists. So if with the opportunity for another hiring round, being able to reduce those costs would eliminate somewhere between $200,000 and $300,000 in costs, because those would be our own people on staffing. So just some things to note as far as like why you see some of the like movement within those numbers. And that reduction coming down. I want to take a moment to note something, as it was brought up in public comment about structural deficit. We budget based off of worst case scenario, and this is the worst case scenario. On one hand, the enrollment projections are worst case, and then also just today, we were in a Senate committee where the Senate just passed through a bill to continue to hold school districts harmless going into next year. Now, one could say that that is just 1 year, but that's the difference of $1.5 million. That is a significant chunk of our budget and could be a dramatic difference and our fiscal health, and it is trending towards passing. The other factor is that another bill is being introduced by Al Marisucci about increasing the base. Well, as a school district that definitely is not overfunded by any means on the LCFF formula, it's just important to note that if that bill were to pass, that would be another increase. Additionally, what this fiscal projection doesn't include is that the governor just laid down a proposal where he's proposing a 5.33 COLA increase, not to mention additions to special education and other special fundings. Also on the docket is a facilities grant as well too. So when I say worst case scenario, I really mean worst case scenario. And even under this worst case scenario, you can see that we are still fiscally solvent. And not just for 1 year, but for multi-years. So I think that should be noted, and that has been a strategy of this board, and I credit the board that we've gone into this not with just cut, but really trying to strategically spend and to take losses in order to build programming, and look, it's working. Our enrollment is increasing. Like last year, we were projected by Decision Insight to be about, I believe it was 1190. And right now we're sitting at 1240. Slide. So this is the moderate projection. You can see the difference in numbers, especially going into 23-24, and that difference in deficit spending, as well as an increase in our available reserve levels by 23-24. Slide. Just a reminder about if the board and the district do consider layoffs of either 1 or 2 teachers, this is the timeline that must be followed. Another thing to keep in mind is that while the law requires us to consider, to notify, and to enact layoffs under a timeline, the board and the district can always rescind layoffs, as this board has chosen to do so last year. I also want to note that this board and the district have very conservatively tallied up Hermosa Beach Education Foundation as part of its budget. And we only project $750,000 last year, and we're still budgeting off that number. HBF well exceeded that, and as we saw with the numbers today, has a net revenue that is 60% above what it was last year. So again, worst case scenario. No, nothing else here. Sorry. I just wanted to note as well too that classified layoffs through legislation now follow the same timeline. Used to be that classified layoffs, I believe it was 60 days, and now that is no longer the case. Something just to make note of here is that we are not at this time proposing any classified layoffs based off of these projections, and that's in relation to our three-site solution needs for a lot of our administrative staff, as well as for our special education instructional assistants, our current special education population numbers definitely being equivalent to our need for next year. Slide. Thank you. At this time, I'll take questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Superintendent Johnson. Opening it up to the floor.
Jason, thank you. I think that you mentioned it, sort of through the hardest of times, I just feel like through management, through a huge combination of factors, your leadership, lobbying efforts, our community, stepping up in the middle of a pandemic to be still donating at the levels that HBEF, but also HVPTO with their community drives, the Dolphin Dashes. I mean, it all adds up, and we couldn't do it without any of those partners. Our teachers, and sort of their support through the last couple of years and getting the budget to where it is. I just sort of observation. It's not like we've got easy choices ahead, but kind of through the hardest of times, it's instead of like you say, deficit mindset or glass half empty, it's starting to look a lot more like a half full or like optimism moving forward. So just an observation and a lot of thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this tells a great story also, particularly when you have another observation. You think about, and the data shows that and you said, our biggest classes are the older classes that will be cycling out by the end of this projection. But at the same time, even in the conservative worst case scenario, our enrollment still grows. That means we are backfilling even more than you would potentially expect in those younger grades, which really shows the attractiveness and quality of the education that children can get here in Hermosa Beach, which is really fantastic and a testament to what the administration and staff and everybody is doing. So thank you.
Jen, Quentin?
One comment I'd make about the structural deficits too that I think is worth noting, and thank you for your notes, but it's not like these things are new. It's not like this is an advent of COVID or the result of bad management. I mean, the reality is that, and HBEF sings this song every single year and has been for decades now, we are a very low-funded district. We always have structural deficits, especially when we look at things conservatively, as we have to from a budgeting point of view. So to any community members out there, who look at those deficits and worry that they're somehow a sign of, some new bad news, they're not. That's been the name of the game here for a few decades.
Good point.
Thanks for that, Jen.
Yeah, thanks for all the information, Jason. I did have a question about so in planning to gain more students, and we know, as far as my memory serves us, I would love you to fill in the numbers. There's X amount of students who are, let's say, 4 and 5 years old in Hermosa, and Hermosa, our district captures, I thought, about 50% of those students. Is that correct?
That's correct. So by census data, and this is like very rough numbers, but when Decision Insight, as I learned, do their projections, they base it off of census data. Yeah. If you take a rough average, there's approximately per grade level, somewhere between 175 and 200 children per grade level. Average that out over the course of 5 years. So theoretically, by our enrollment, we're capturing little more than 50% of the students that live within our very boundaries.
So it would be, I know we talked about this at another time, but just it would be very interesting, I think, whether it's a board or district somehow to really understand the needs of the 3-year-olds and 4-year-old the families that are not coming and why they are not coming. It could be religious purposes, it could be just private school desires. But it'd be fascinating to kind of get a really better insight on that, as I think that we can continue to grow if we understand kind of why they're making these choices.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Jason. I think my question for you was just looking at the process moving forward for the public better to understand. Let's say the hold harmless conversation happened today. It still has a lengthy process to go through the governor's desk. Assuming that doesn't happen until September on the last day of session, what does that look like for how the district plans to revise their budget?
Yeah, so until it's law and or a passed budget, you mean the district continues the budget on what is, not on what could be for budgeting purposes. We are looking at a second interim budget in I believe March. And hopefully we'll have more information of what the status of all of those things. Mm-hmm. But that's the difficulty, as anyone knows, with school budgeting, is that very often decisions aren't made until May, sometimes June, July, and districts have to kind of plan accordingly. I would say that my recommendation would be that we continue to build our budget and our plan off of the conservative projection, and then as we move forward, the ability of those things to pass means that we are running a lesser deficit. So I don't think that we're necessarily leaving money on the table. I think that what we're doing is we're just ensuring the long-term health of our district by these things moving into place. I also think, and I credit the board for this, is the board continues to bet on itself and not propose substantial cuts in the midst of what is a crisis in the state in order to protect programming and to increase the attractiveness of the school district.
Thanks. And then my last comment, and I know I've said this one publicly before, but in my 41 years of living in Hermosa Beach, we have seen the district go from its smallest in modern times to its largest, right? So that's a span of several decades. You know, we know that California, we know that Hermosa Beach populations fluctuate. So again, I don't see this as we're hitting a cliff for Hermosa Beach. I do see this as we're making sensible adjustments in budget and planning. But the same way that we have built 3 campuses, we know that over the next 100 years, our school district and our city will shift and grow and change in different ways. And this is about long-term planning for the vision and future of Hermosa.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you pointed that out. You mean like, and I keep like the 100-year anniversary picture above my wall, as we've all seen during COVID times, because it's a reminder to me that we've been at this for 100 years, you know, and there's been earthquakes that destroyed, buildings, wars, and so a lot of people have brought this district along for a long period of time. Now we're doing our part.
I did have one other question. I just wanted to ask about the permits. And so can you just talk a little bit about where we are with permits in this, and are we still going to be open for permits?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Healthy progress. So last year there were 18 permit students. As we currently stand right now, there's 65. So that's a tripling in 1 year. And the families that we're getting, are excited to be here. They want to be in Hermosa. They're strong students. And the majority of them are from North Redondo. And we have collected some information on them. One of the most common reasons given is because their children play sports here or have a lot of relationships here in Hermosa Beach and the attractiveness of our schools.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you so much. Closing that report and moving on to R-35-21/22 Staff Wellness with Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Board. The next presentation I'm really excited about, and it's a quick one, but staff wellness. So this has been a project that's been in the making for a period of time now, and we've been getting it off the ground, but alongside managing chaos, we do care about the well-being of our staff and want to create structures in order to make sure that they're being taken care of and have the tools necessary to take care of themselves. I want to give a special shout out to Christine Diaz, who is new as our executive manager, everything HR person, and who's come on board and really tried to chase this alongside me. So kudos to her. Slide. So one of the things we'll be doing is a monthly district-wide wellness activity. We have a wealth of parents and community members and vendors in this district that would love to help and support our schools. So I've been working with a parent on our wellness committee, Shara Wiley, and together we have been able to organize monthly activities. I think we're already up to April for scheduled activities. Our first one was going to be yoga at the Yoga Loft in Manhattan Beach. That has been suspended due to the increase of COVID. We don't want to get all our staff hot and sweaty in one room together right this minute. So we're really excited about to do that, and that's going to be led by Shelly Williams, who is also a parent. So I just really excited, and part of it is not just for wellness, but also about finding activities where staff can come together and do something that is not taking care of kids, just for an hour. So looking forward to seeing that in action, and we're trying to reschedule for February, hopefully when the Omicron surge has gone down. Slide. We are also introducing and before the board tonight is the app-based system ClassPass. This is something that Ms. Cole had turned me on to with another school district that was utilizing this program for wellness. So it is a system where anyone can go on this app, and for credits, they can access classes anywhere. So you don't have to actually be a member. You just go into a gym or a facility, and you can take a class that is offered by using these credits. So with this program, to participate as an employee, it's $3 per month. And then you get, I believe it's 3 credits, which pretty much is the equivalent, about 2 to 3 classes that you can purchase with those credits. And we conducted a survey of our employees, and I talked to a few employees that use ClassPass, and we have 25 employees have expressed interest via our survey. And working with ClassPass, you need about 10 to make it economically viable. It's before the board. It's a $5,000 program for an annual subscription across the district. But thanks to Cigna and Ms. Diaz's hustle, we were able to secure a $5,000 grant. So it will be, as Simon likes to say, free 99. So we're very excited to bring this on board, and just a big thanks to Staff Hustle. It's before the board's approval, though ClassPass has reached out to us, full transparency, to talk about maybe perhaps offering us a better deal, considering that right now COVID is closing a lot of these types of activities. So we'll be working with them, and we may bring a revised cost from that meeting. And ClassPass has proven to be great partners, by the way. We're very excited to get to work with them. Slide. There's like a breakdown of the costs. I mean, like some of the vendors that we're using for the monthly activities range about between $75 and $150, which is very fair considering that it's all district access. The ClassPass reimbursement I've already mentioned. And then I just want to note we had our staff holiday party, and we received over $8,000 in donations for staff wellness, which we gave away to our staff and provided them with food. And we plan to do another activity in the spring with them as well too. And again, another kudos to all staff and Christine. The pretty decorations and the organization was done by her. Jack of all trades up there. Slide. So we have some areas where we'll continue to evaluate our progress in staff wellness. We participate in the California Healthy Kids Survey. We have our HBA survey through our union, and then our Net Promoter Score. I think this would be a good remark on there as well too, because our staff do participate in the Mps survey. We'll be looking at participation rates. We'll share that information with the board as we move into spring. And then we're also considering a work wellness evaluation through our healthcare partner, Cigna. Slide. Thank you. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. Questions from the board? Jason, on behalf of the staff, thank you so much for your work and making work more than just a place where they're coming in, punching a clock, but it is building culture, it's building community. So thanks for your attention to that.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to report number R-36-21/22, Measure S Construction Update with Ms. Bartolo. Woo.
Right.
Nancy, we'll need you to unmute as well.
Okay. Did you hear anything?
Yeah. Heard nothing. Now we hear you.
Okay, hi. Okay, well, I'm excited to share our construction progress at View School during the month of December. Christine, thank you for your participation with help with the slides. I'll take the next one, please. Next slide, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. Okay, this is our F1. We're getting ready to finish up the walls. We've got lath and plaster going on and prepping them for paint. Next slide. F2, we've got the building at the far back. We've got the waterproofing going on, as well as gutter installation on the right side. Next slide, please. Building A, so we had shored the building several months ago, and it is now stable. So we are removing the shoring and getting ready to build the kitchen. Next slide, please. So this is building B. This is where a majority of the construction is occurring at this time. We've got steel beam erection on the first floor. You can see the lobby on the left and the restrooms on the right. Next slide, please. Again, building B, just wanted to show you how massive these beams are. This is beautiful, what I see every day. So again, building B, next slide, please. Okay, so we are starting to erect the second floor. You can see the rebar going up on the right side. So this is a little aerial of the second level. Next slide, please. Also, a few more shots. You can see on the right, we're starting to install the metal deck for building B. Next slide, please. And over at F1, on the building on the right side, we have completed the roof installation. Next slide, please. F2, we're waterproofing and working on the roofs. So almost done with the roofs. Next slide, please. Now, aerial views. So building B, just an overview of the metal deck that is being constructed right now. Next slide, please. Okay, too bad. I wish the sunset was a lot clearer, but it was.
Nancy, it's getting muffled.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Okay, so amazing sunset. I wish the picture was a lot clearer, but this is an aerial of building B again. Next slide, please. Another shot of building B. You can see the metal deck starting to erect. Beautiful ocean view. I'll try and get a better shot next time. Next slide, please. Again, just another shot. Again, most of the construction is occurring on building B, so I have many shots. You can see the metal deck again. Next slide, please. Just another aerial of the entire building at building B. Next slide, please. And here I showed you earlier that we removed the shoring. We have graded the area for the kitchen, and we're ready to build. And we should be starting that sometime in the next couple of weeks. Next slide, please. I believe that might be everything. Okay. So that's our construction project. A lot of things happening over at B School. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Nancy. Questions from the board, starting with Stephen?
No questions. Huge thanks and appreciation. I'm excited also. I know we'll get into more detail I believe at our next meeting, we have a more formal update on Measure S. And so maybe we'll get into more numbers and specifics on sort of dates and what have you. But for now, it's incredible. I get to walk past it every day, walking the dog. And it's amazing to see it go up. So thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Nancy. Just let Matt know I'm looking for an earlier date in August. That is what I'm looking for. So if Matt is listening.
You know what, Christine, you have. Oh, Christine, I'm sorry. You have it.
Nancy, I'm not sure you heard me.
Did we lose her?
Let Matt know that I'm looking for an earlier date in August.
And you will have one.
Quentin, anything?
We are making up time, I promise you that.
Thank you, Nancy. Looking forward to catching you on the weekly calls.
Right. Have a nice evening, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next board report, moving on to R-37-2122, academic calendar presentation with Ms. Gluck. And just for the board, we're going to get through these board reports and consent, and then we'll take a break at that point. So moving on to Ms. Gluck.
And this is a pretty short presentation. I'm here to talk to you about the 2 calendars that we will be presenting during tonight for action. So slide, please. When we created the calendar, we really took a look at our equity and inclusion and wanted to ensure that our 8th grade students who were moving to the high school had the opportunity to participate in athletics or academic courses. Due to our late end of the year, a lot of times our students were not able to start at the high school to participate, as well as our other elementary students who wish to participate in junior guards. So aligning our calendar to our neighboring districts was something we took into consideration when developing our calendars. Slide, please. Tonight's presentation, we're going to show you 2 multi-year calendars. We have a calendar for the 22-23 school year and the 23-24 school year. We're looking at Manhattan Beach as well as Redondo and aligning to an earlier start date as well as end of the year ending closer to mid-June or the beginning of June as opposed to the end of June. I want to say thank you to our partners with HBA. We did this through negotiation. It was a very collaborative process. And our calendar has 180 student days and 3 professional staff days. Slide, please. You can see we have a side-by-side comparison. We want to ease our parents into the starting very early, like in August. So this next year, we're going to start after Labor Day. And then the following year, we will move to the date before Labor Day. So next year, we'll start in September 6th. And the following year, 2023-24, we will start on August 24th, which is before Labor Day. We have added 2 local release days. We've taken into consideration Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, which our neighboring districts do take off. Thanksgiving break stays the same, as well as our winter break with our timing. The difference is in 22-23, we adjusted for a 4-day weekend as opposed to the President's weekend, so we can get out a little bit earlier. So our last day for students in 22-23 will be June 22nd and the following year, June 13th. Slide, please. We wanted to provide a comprehensive calendar because we will have 3 schools. So we took into consideration open house back to school night for all 3 sites, as well as parent-teacher conferences, so parents can go ahead and mark their calendars ahead of time to know when these dates are happening, as well as our TKK back to school night. We'll go ahead and move back to starting prior to school, so that way parents feel very confident and comfortable meeting their TKK teachers prior to the start of school. And the semester dates are there as well. Slide, please. What's next? Starting tomorrow, we'd like to send out a communication to our families so they're aware that our calendars are available for them so they can start their planning. And then we will continue to work with our educational partners, Manhattan Beach and Redondo Beach, to make sure that our dates that we have chosen for back to school night and open house do not conflict with theirs, as well as PTO and Ed Foundation so they can do forward planning as well. Slide, please. Any questions for you in regards to our calendar?
Thanks so much, Sylvia. Questions from the board? Looking at you, Quentin. Nope. Jen?
No.
No questions.
2 thumbs up.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. I know this is not the first time we've heard it, so really appreciate the summary of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to health and safety update, R-38-2122 with Dr. Johnson.
Hello. All right. Board, I want to talk tonight about health and safety. I actually hadn't planned to do a health and safety update in January, and then Omicron happened. So here we are. There's been substantial updates to the LA Department of Health safety protocols, California Department of Health safety protocols, and the CDC jumped in as well too. And then that has impacted our own policy, and including we've seen a remarkable change in our COVID numbers. Slide. So just some takeaways. The Omicron surge, has increased exposure in Hermosa Beach. We've always kind of had a lower exposure here during the course of the pandemic, and we've definitely seen an uptick. As mentioned, LA Department of Health and ourselves have adjusted our health and safety protocols in response to the surge. And our school district continues to take action to limit the spread. And our main goal is ensuring that schools are kept open and kept safely open. Slide. All right, so this is an update by the numbers. There are 34,000 daily cases as of January 11th. To put that in perspective, on November 10th, there were 996 cases. So as you can see, it's in almost incomparable numbers in relation to the surge of Omicron. As far as hospitalizations goes, that's the number to always watch. I've said that since this whole thing began, is keep an eye on the hospitalizations, because that very much impacts in my opinion, the LA Department of Health protocols that come down. And there has been an increase. According to our briefings, they've said that the cases in hospitalizations have been less severe, so less are going to the ICU. That was in the LA Times article just recently too. But something to note, though, when you have 34,000 daily cases, you're just going to have an increase in hospitalizations. So they are being pushed to their max, and it's just a number to keep your eye on. Okay, slide, thank you. So this is South Bay COVID by the numbers. Thank you, Beach Cities Health District, for providing us this data. You can see Redondo, Manhattan, and Hermosa, and the increase going as far back as June and prior to summer to currently now. And as you see, Omicron, in recent time dwarfs, and as I understand it, this is the highest cases have ever been since the start of the pandemic in Los Angeles County. Slide. This is our COVID dashboard via 111. It was brought up about our dashboard not being up to date in public comment, which I'll acknowledge. That is accurate because we were struggling to keep count of the number of positive cases that we were receiving and had a backlog. So we do update it on a daily basis. However, in the last few days, we have seen such an increase in tracking those numbers. I will put in perspective as well too that the numbers that you see here we've never had during the course of the pandemic since we reopened schools, and that includes numbers among staff and students. Slide. So significant protocol changes. I want to just caveat this presentation where we received protocol changes on January 3rd, which was the day we returned from winter break. We received alterations to those protocols by midweek, and then another change the following weekend, and then we've just received another change this previous week. Again, to put in perspective, the last substantial change to the health and safety protocols, I would say was, the beginning of this fall when there was pretty substantial adjustments, maybe in October. And I would say that the most recent changes really turn on its head some of the prior protocols, and I'll do my best to explain some of those changes. So one of the big ones, which was as of today suspended indefinitely, is that students that are age 12 and plus are required to have a booster vaccine to avoid quarantine after exposure. For perspective, it was the day that they passed this protocol or shared this protocol, it was the same day that the vaccine was approved for 12-year-olds for to receive 12 older to receive boosters, 12 to 15. So all of our students suddenly became not fully vaccinated, which dramatically altered our quarantine procedures. One of the reasons that we implemented modified quarantine was that this might have resulted in a mass quarantine of, probably about 25% of our students. Recognizing this a week later, the LA Department of Health has suspended this requirement, and we are now going to make the according adjustments, and we'll provide updated pathways for that for the public and for our staff. And staff have been informed about these changes. The other is that all close contacts must test initially and on day 5. The Department of Health today put out a revision of this that the priority really is the day 5, or at least on or around day 5. And that is due to a shortage in testing or a shortage in testing access. I'll talk a little bit more about testing in Hermosa Beach. The mask requirements. So the mask requirements is twofold. Mask indoors has always been the case, and that's by state. The mask outdoors, the new protocol guidance says that masks must be worn outdoors if social distancing, which is 6 feet, not 3 feet, is not feasible in an outdoor space. Well, anyone that's ever had to supervise a school campus knows that it's very difficult to maintain social distancing. I mean, like during lunch, recess, hallways, outdoors. To compound this, the new protocols, and the number of cases has created a scenario where so many students have had exposure to COVID, and rather than quarantining them at home, we're placing them all on modified quarantine. So in turn, if you're on modified quarantine, in order to stay at school, you have to wear a mask all day, and it needs to be a surgical mask as well also. So that will require the supervision of determining which of those students are on modified quarantine and must wear a mask all day outdoors, and which are not. And I can tell you that by the end of this week, we expect that likely somewhere between 50 and 75% of our students will have qualified for modified quarantine based off of the positive COVID rates that you're seeing. So in turn, yes, for the month of January, while we are dealing with a surge, masks will be required outdoors in order to cope with the surge as well as the protocols. The provisions that we're providing is that recognizing this is a change, we have outdoor spaces, where students do have the ability to take mask breaks, but then we can clearly supervise, that they're maintaining socially distant 6 feet. We've also suspended visitors and volunteers for the month of January. This is in an effort to recognizing, as you see, the positivity rate is so high, it's very difficult to determine who is positive for COVID and who is not, because as you know, many people that have COVID are asymptomatic. We're just seeing such a high case rate. We really tried to be as liberal as possible, because volunteers especially, are integral to our campus operation, have been extremely helpful, thank you community, in the running of our schools. So this is something that we hope to be able to rescind by February, because we believe that volunteers are integral to our programming. Slide. So these are the vaccination rates provided by Beach City's Health District, which I believe they've also given a presentation to their board as well too. You can see here that this is the percentage of residents that are ages 5+. And then what you see is the percentage of residents ages 5 to 11 in each of our cities, and then in relation to Los Angeles County. Something I think you'll quickly see is that the vaccination rates in the beach cities well exceeds the average vaccination rates in LA County. Slide. The vaccination numbers in our beach city school districts are also slightly higher. And you can see the difference between receiving one full dose and being fully vaccinated is a bit of a difference, about 10%, 10 to 15%. And then you compare that to the students ages 12 and 18, and what you see is we have a very high vaccination rate in Hermosa Beach among our middle school students. I can attest to that because that's why the new requirement for 12 plus receiving a booster turned our quarantining on its head overnight. Because prior, like when we had a positive case, the vast majority of our students ages 12 and plus have been vaccinated, so it didn't really result in any quarantines. The ages 5 to 11, same, that the average vaccination rate post the December vaccinations dramatically reduced the number of quarantines until the Omicron surge hit. Slide. Testing. So we've attempted to expand our testing prior to the Omicron surge. We have a partnership with Beach Cities Health District that any student or staff member could be tested between 2 and 5 o'clock with an appointment for free. And during the Omicron surge, one of the problems is that Beach Cities Health District was closed during the winter holiday. So there was a backlog of testing last week. Beach Cities Health District has assured me that they have caught up with that backlog. They also allowed Hermosa staff and students to not even make an appointment. They could just show up as a walk-up. And then we did receive our LA Department of Health kits, which were distributed this week. Thank you, HVPTO, particularly Becky Schulten, who helped organize. And then we did do a purchase of supplemental antigen kits that they were received yesterday. We received 500 that we'll be utilizing in our health offices, that if we have a student who becomes symptomatic at school, we will ask parent permission if they would like to take a test in order to test their child immediately and not have to go. That's a limited supply. So it really is a measure for Omicron. The tests are costly, but we're trying to meet the moment and responding with emergency measures to make sure that our families are accommodated. Slide. Just like a quick trip down memory lane with quarantine review, because I think it is important, and I want to point out that it's just recently been turned on its head. So a person who is a close contact is within 6 feet for 15 minutes for more than a 24-hour period. Individuals in the classroom are not close contacts unless it meets this definition. Until now. So now, as we stand today, that if you are in a classroom with other students, with someone who is positive, then you are now considered a close contact. This is remedied by providing modified quarantine, regardless of vaccination status, but does require that children that are on modified quarantine must wear a mask the entire day, have limited activities outside of school, and be tested initially on day or around now day 5. Something to keep in mind that fully vaccinated individuals are not required to quarantine. They recently also included, as of today, those that have had COVID within 90 days are now, once again, they pulled them off that a week ago, and now they put them back on this week, today. So if you're having difficulty following this, it's because it's confusing. And I would say that we have people that do this all day long that are still confused. So what I can say is this, and I want to emphasize this for our community, for our parents. If your child is not positive, when in doubt, send them to school. okay? If they're not symptomatic or not positive, send them to school. I mean, like, and try to get tested as soon as you can. Like that is because there's so much changing in the protocols and guidance, and there's so much exposure, I mean, like, as of right now, that, I mean, like, do your best, get tested, I mean, like, but the LA Department of Health, I'll give them credit, have recognized that because of limited testing access, because of the level of exposure, that we have to respond, I mean, like, in a different way than as we were responding prior to winter break. So I really want to emphasize that point, and I also want to empathize with our parents, because if you find the protocols confusing, that is not you, it is because they are. Another thing to note as well too, that students that are positive, I mean, like, or exposed and have to quarantine, so choose not to participate in modified quarantine, they can return after day 5 so long as they have a negative test. The same is now true for students that are positive. You're like, what? I thought it's 10 days. Yes, students that are positive, if they test negative on day 5 or after and are asymptomatic or aren't expressing the symptoms, they are also able to return sooner. So again, when in doubt, child's not positive, they're not coughing, they seem fine, send them to school, but get them tested as soon as you can. And then also to reach out. You mean, like, we have a form now where you can submit, you mean, like, positive cases. We are prioritizing those that are positive. So if there's a backlog, we're prioritizing our positive cases. And then also send an email. Send me an email. If you're like, I don't know what to do, email me. I actually do know what to do, because I've had to digest this for a very long period of time. So send me an email. I'll walk you through it. And I also just want to give a big shout out to our school nurse, Shelly Baldy. She has gone above and beyond, worked weekends, worked nights. She is 24/7 and really guided us through this troubling time. Slide. I won't go too deep into modified quarantine because I've talked a lot about it. There's the protocols around it, and if you're looking to digest, but again, I will emphasize, when in doubt, contact someone at the school district, they'll walk you through it. Okay. Slide. Here is a litany of actions the school district has taken in order to respond to COVID at large, as well as the Omicron surge. I've highlighted a lot of these already, so I won't regurgitate them. I do just want to mention one, which is that we provide concurrent instruction. So that's access to live video in the classroom for the purpose of having the child access direct instruction. I will tell you that this is rare among school districts. This is not being offered in many other places. So I just want to give kudos to staff and our parents for signing on. Again, working together in order to come up with a solution. I think it's better help us to meet the moment. Slide. Thank you. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I will open it up to the board. Anyone want to kick off?
I just have a quick question. So if your child has been exposed, what will you be sending home a note to parent? I'm just a note to parents daily, because I'm letting you know from my experience, since this new protocol has now gone into place, I have received multiple emails that have then requested my child be tested on day 5, and we have 2 tests in our house. So, but I'm going to continue to send them to school unless they present.
Correct. Yeah, because they would be qualified for modified quarantine. And yes, notifications are sent, and they're at this point being sent to whole classes, with whole classes now are being considered close contacts in the event of a positive case. And especially if you're a middle school student, there's a likelihood that you may receive multiple communications depending on how many classes you shared with that positive individual. So that is accurate. We're also sending school-wide notices in order to notify how many positive cases are on campus. We have intervaled those a little bit more because there were so many positive cases happening daily that we would count it up to like day 3 and then notified, because we were still assessing the number of cases.
And do we have to send those notices out? I mean, honestly, like, I'm wondering. I mean, I know I know every day there's going to be someone, and my child is going to be exposed to them in some form or capacity. So I'm choosing to send them to school.
Yeah.
So do I need to get the note every day?
So for exposure, notifications are required by the LA Department of Health. For school-wide notices, I'll be honest with you, I can't rightly remember, but I will say that it is part of our bargaining agreement that I do know. And I do think it is good practice, though I think sometimes it can be grim during high positive times for families to be aware. I would rather that they hear it from us than hear it on Nextdoor or Facebook or text message.
No, I have nothing because I live and breathe this every day too, so it makes my head hurt as well. I have no desire to ask any more questions about it. I can add a little more color because I am getting those notices, just so people, Jen in particular, is aware of what is happening day to day. I got 2 of them while sitting here.
Yep.
That basically, Ms. Jessica is sending every evening, unless your child is in a class with a student who tests positive. I got a note, because I have a kid in middle school and a kid in elementary.
Yep.
You're getting the same ones. I got one for middle school. There were this many cases, and there's a link to a sheet with they were in these classes. And I got one for elementary, and there were this many cases. And there's not a link in elementary because there's not the same like movement. Those ones just say to contact you. So every night, yes, this week we have gotten 2 emails from Ms. Bledsoe explaining these things. So.
But then the addition to that, Doug, is that they're asking you to take a picture of your negative COVID test and send it in a form. Is that what Hermosa is going to do as well?
Yes. Yeah.
And so is somebody checking that form on our the other side?
Yes, we are tracking that.
I think my first thought is I hope everyone's okay. There's a lot of people getting affected. And so, particularly here in a community where a lot of us maybe are not originally from this part of the world, if anyone needs help, just reach out, let us know. Thoughts are with you. Special thanks to our nurse. I mean, it's overwhelming. I sometimes catch like our principals coming out of class, and it's what the hours they're putting in to deal with this administration, whatever else. Again, just thank you to everyone. And I hope, we all hope that as high as things are and scary as things are getting, that hopefully things will come down quickly as well. At least, hopefully with those projections. Thank you to RBUSD. I know I just probably the 3rd time of saying thank you, but my family were there at One Seahawk Way this weekend getting tested because we got the close notifications and we didn't have anywhere else to go. So, huge thanks to our neighbors and our partners. Beach City Health District. Whereas with RBUSD, you could test as a family, not just students. I appreciate that for Beach City Health District, maybe they're prioritizing children, obviously, and with the things. Often, sometimes, you're in I'm just wondering if maybe in the future it could be considered whereby testing could be opened up. But I guess I appreciate we're in a world where testing is difficult to come by right now. So that was just a thought.
Oh, of course. Our current MOU with them is for staff and students, and that's based on capacity. But I will bring that up to Beach City's Health District.
That's great. I appreciate you doing a lot, and I appreciate some of this is muscle memory from last year as well. But there was a question about sort of maybe certain things like physical distancing at lunch in particular. I know we're doing great in the class, we're doing we're almost experts. Well, we are experts in this field now. So, but could you just talk to that, and particularly for the kids, whereas before they were on squares and whatever else? What are the thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a fair point. The protocols do allow for as feasible, and I think we all agree that outdoor environments, is different as opposed to indoor. What I would like to do is I'd like more time just to look into the distancing there. I know Valley made some adjustments at lunch in light of Omicron. Just keep in mind it's just such a larger campus, and then there are multiple grade levels eat together. So we'll take a look at that, and I'll provide an update to the board about maybe if there's something that we can do to allow for more seating out there or to make an adjustment as needed. But I want to follow up on that, and I appreciate the gentleman for bringing that to our attention.
Great. Could you just touch on sports? I know, obviously, the test, because I think testing around sports and sort of the implementation there, we've got some sports that are indoors as well as outdoors. So,
yeah, so we're working with the LA Department of Health to wrap our heads around how modified quarantine, which does not allow for extracurricular activities, will interact with our sports program. So perhaps making doing contact tracing if you're an athlete, so that they're able to participate, which is an option that I learned today could be afforded to us, where we are allowed to do a blanket notification, modified quarantine, but then contact trace for students that you mean like where there's some other factor present. So that's something that we're looking at. Testing is still very much in effect. It is based off of vaccination status, about requirement to test. The benefit with the news today is that those students that are double dose vaccinated will not need to test now at this point, because they wouldn't have been considered fully vaccinated based off the protocols that came out last week. So that's an adjustment. However, because they're all on modified quarantine, you mean like, or it could be on modified quarantine unless we contact trace, we may just test regardless based on that. So I think that there's a little work to be done. They did increase the mask restrictions to moderate sports, regardless of whether they're indoor and outdoor. So we're wrapping our head around that. For the month of January, spectators will be suspended. That's less in relation to the LA Department of Health. That's more in relation to our own protocols that we've just suspended visitors and volunteers on campus. As far as coaches go, they're not considered a volunteer because they actually are paid employees.
Great.
And they have to go through our systems as well, too.
Great. Thank you for those updates. I think my last query was around camps, and just sort of an update on that. It's a highlight for a lot of our students, and it was interesting to hear, as they look back on their formative times. But yeah, maybe if you could just sort of touch on that.
Yeah. First off, I want to apologize to our 8th grade students. It was not an easy decision, and that we labored over literally, until the 11th hour for CME. If you quantify as well too, just to put in perspective, this class of 8th grade students were 6th graders in March 2020, so they've missed out on all 3 of their trips, among other things. So my heart really goes out to them. It was not an easy decision to make by any means. I had a consultation with LACO, with the CME camp, and then finally the head of the LA Department of Health. And I appreciate him was generous with his time to talk through the risks. And we determined that our date needed to be canceled. The reason I would love to reschedule it, the reason it can't be rescheduled is because these camps are booked. We start making reservations now for the following year. We have 2 more camps for 6th and 7th grade. One falls in early February, the other falls in middle February. Camps do follow their own protocols. They have their own separate guidances. One of the things that is risky about the camps is that within the dorms, they become like a single household for obvious reasons. And so in turn, if there is an outbreak, one, there's the difficulty of a student becoming sick, and then transportation from a distant location. An island definitely didn't help those logistics, but also about bringing back those students upon their return. If there's a mass spreader event when they come to school, that could equate to either class or, depending on the percentage, a school closure because of a massive event. It's the whole grade level that's together. So those are the risks. I will say that we have not made a decision about 6th and 7th grade, and we're going to treat it just like we treated CME. As you can see, the situation is changing every week. So my hope is that we can go, and if we can do it safely, and do it in a way that doesn't endanger schools in the sense that people can, a large amount of people can get sick, or that there is so much of a spread that it risks the school closures, then I strongly feel that we should consider trying to go, because it's a very singular experience for students going to science camp. I remember going to science camp.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess to that end, planning ahead for next year, trying to avoid following on for, or booking further out from major holidays or spring breaks or whatever else. But
that was my thought too. I was like, do we have to book it around the holidays where it's always so cold?
Yeah, definitely a lesson learned is that trying to avoid cold and flu seasons. There's a lot of factors that go into selecting these dates, including test schedules, other events that are in relation, but I do feel like our new priority should be trying to just avoid, really the months of November, through probably early March.
No further questions. Thank you.
Jason, thanks for putting on your Chief Medical Officer hat.
Yeah, no problem.
Really appreciated it. I guess my one comment as a tag along to Stevens is whether or not 8th and 7th grade can swap. If the 8th grade can take 7th grade trip, that comes up, if that's something we can investigate, because the 7th graders will still have another time for it, and that way the 8th graders will have a chance to have an experience together. So something to consider. I don't know if I would like to find a way for the 8th grade to be able to celebrate their class and celebrate their time together. So something we can think about. Yes, comment.
Sorry, no, I just had one other question. Is there were some comments tonight about just student curiosity being kind of squashed, or some shaming happening about their vaccine status in school. I'm not sure what class. I'm not sure it's our teachers. Some of the parents that came were from high schools, so I don't know all the students and all the situations. But I'm just wondering what the staff training is on how we talk about vaccines and privacy and those things at school.
So we've had staff meetings in order to try to address, dealing with the current situation. What I will say is that there's a lot of discussion and curiosity about masks, vaccines, COVID, and to put yourselves in the shoes of a classroom teacher for a minute. You spend 6 hours a day with these children in some cases, and a lot comes up in a classroom.
Sure.
I don't think that anyone is perfect, and I think it can always be better done. I do think, it's the responsibility of the district in order to prepare our teachers for this. But I will say that it's a challenge because there are some very polarized views about COVID, masks, vaccines.
Sure.
So even the addressing of questions in some cases is considered a controversy, and depending on who is viewing it, may feel that it is appropriate or inappropriate. And I will just point out as well too that sometimes I think it is forgotten that school districts are oftentimes caught in the middle of the discussion. For every person that has a viewpoint about masks one way, there are many others that also have a viewpoint about it the other way as well. And our teachers who are with students all day long are caught in the middle of that. So I think that we've given them some parameters, but by no means have we directed them to pretend like it's not happening.
Yeah, I don't think, I'm not asking anybody to pretend like it's not happening. I just think, just along with equity in schools, we have to give teachers tools on how to talk about some of these issues. Pro or con, we might just want to consider how we give them tools.
Sure, that's fair feedback. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other comments or questions? Jason, again, thanks on behalf of all the work your team is doing to monitor and be chief medical officers for the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, what I'd like to do right now is we've closed out our board reports. I'd like to get through consent and then give everybody the break I promised them 42 minutes ago. So let's get through consent. Do I have a motion to approve the items on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Thank you, Stephen. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Christine, would you do the honors and take the roll call vote, please?
Board Member Cole?
Aye.
Board Member Cluth?
Aye.
Board Member McCall,
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Aye.
President Bove LaMonica.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you so much, Christine. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, everyone. Go do what you need to do, and we will resume back here in 5 minutes. see you.
Do you mind telling? Oh, there we go. Thank you, Maggie. The Hermosa Beach Parents for Choice group, Hermosa Beach parents and Hermosa Beach community members are asking in accordance with Board Policy Bylaw 9322 and California Education Code 34145.5 to add an agenda item to the January 12th school board meeting and ask that the school board vote on a proposed resolution asking the Hermosa Beach School District to send a resolution to Governor Newsom asking to reconsider or rescind the COVID-19 vaccine schools mandate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board, are there any questions?
I have a question. Yeah. A few questions. Or I just want to ask a couple questions to all of you. I just want to first, I just find this really fascinating in terms of a democracy to even have this on the agenda. So I'm really grateful that you guys did it because I have never seen it happen before like this. So, so I want to just thank you for also just sticking with the meeting, and it's really created to me something to really learn and listen from. So I'm not perfect in understanding it all, but I'm learning a lot. I think the thing that I just want us as a board to think about is the number that gets me in this conversation is 34,000 LAUSD students not vaccinated. So the equity of that, of if for some reason, at some point, there is no mandate on the table, but if for some reason there was a mandate on the table, I think that's something we should as a society think about. So I don't have an answer, but it is something that I'm really grappling with. I'm I'm not quite sure what to do with that. It's troubling to me because as an educator, I want kids to be in school. So if I have 34,000 kids out of school, that's a big deal. And we, I think, as a society, need to think about that. So I don't have an answer tonight, but I am thinking about it and I'm paying close attention. So I'm curious about where this is going to go. I don't think I have enough information right now to make a decision, but I'm curious. And I wanted to just give that to you guys.
Any comments?
I sympathize with those who are uneasy about the state of information we have. It's incomplete, it's imperfect, it changes. Sometimes it's been contradictory. And we all have to make decisions every day about sending our kids to school or not, wearing masks or not, vaccinating or not, and that's really hard to do. And that's why I think, when we can, we should wait for information to come in before we have to make decisions. And so I think it would be inappropriate for us to take a position on this proposed vaccine mandate while data is still coming in, months before any mandate would actually take effect. It's sort of, you wouldn't decide, in the third quarter who won the Super Bowl, and we shouldn't be deciding on a mandate while the data is still coming in on the vaccine or on the disease and its variants and the efficacy of the vaccines. If, when it is imminent to, and the data says that the risks outweigh the benefits, I would oppose it. If the data at that point in time says that the benefits outweigh the risks, then I will support it. We have mandates now. This isn't the first time or the first instance of it. We've got mandates for vaccines with polio, measles, et cetera. And to me, the question is, will the balance of risks and benefits in this situation be very similar or very different? There's no zero risk or perfect protection scenario. There was the polio vaccine, which I don't think is controversial. There was a bad batch of polio vaccine that caused 40,000 cases of polio, 200 cases of paralysis, and 10 deaths. And still, overall, the balance of benefits clearly outweighed the balance of risks on that. So I think we can't ask for masks and vaccines to be perfect, and we can't expect there to be zero risk, but we should expect there to be real benefits to take risks. So the best analogy I've heard recently is one about airbags and seatbelts. Really simple, very clarifying, that they don't guarantee you won't get hurt in a car accident, but they do substantially lower the risk, and that's why there are rules for those. So in this case, I think the data so far seems to be clear that vaccines and masks, while they aren't perfect, they do lower risk. but there's more data to come in, and I think we should wait for that before we take a position on this. And the last thing I want to address, there's been a lot of talk about individual rights here, and I think it's important to note that this is a communicable disease, and that means it's a community threat. And that to me means that it needs to be met with a community response. We can't protect ourselves from this disease individually any more than we could individually provide our kids a great K-12 education. It's a community issue, and it needs a community response. And that's why the framework of kind of individual versus states' rights doesn't really fit very well here. I strongly believe that individual rights, should be protected, but our individual rights don't extend to drinking and driving or smoking in airplanes, because those actions impact the people that are around us. And just as our choices, about getting vaccinated and wearing masks impact the people around us. So, I think, this pandemic, like I said earlier, I think we should never infringe on individual rights lightly, but I think a pandemic that has claimed 800,000 lives in the US is a tragic situation that merits us taking and probably even, potentially even mandating collective action.
Thank you so much. Stephen, Doug? Rock, paper, scissors?
Yep, no, fine. I think, first of all, building on Jen's point, I think, it's good to know that we're hearing you. I mean, that's, both in terms of your concerns and putting this information out there. I think that this evening, and how, the community has sort of voiced their concerns in a respectful and decent manner. I appreciate that. There's also been a good flow of information, and I appreciate that there has been communication sent. I personally have met with this group or certain individuals on several occasions, and I think that, we're available to understand and hear. I think that what I'd like to think that with that petition that was sent, as well as sort of the concerns that are being relayed, that we continue to inform our state officials and local representatives. I mean, I just think it's important that they understand the percentage of our population who are concerned about these and what those concerns are and how they are and whatever else. Because at the moment, it is at the governor level and the state representatives who are sort of, it's still evaluating that. I also take Jen's point and that this is, our role is keeping kids in a classroom and being safe. I mean, that's sort of not only for Hermosa Beach, but all community. I want kids in the classroom, and I want all of our kids in the classrooms, and that's, so it's important to hear from the community members who feel concerned about this. I think it is hard to take a stand against something that when, a mandate, we don't have the clear information around that, and things are still changing. And so I think, in terms of understanding this for right now, I think we should continue to evaluate it and learn the information, track, and listen to the experts. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, and thank you to the community members who continue to come out and share their opinions and their voices on these matters, for putting this in front of us, to going that path, as Jen said. For those who don't know what I do in my 9 to 5, I've alluded to it a few times. I do help run a private school. It is a private school with a vaccine mandate. And yes, we have had COVID cases on campus, but that community does believe that it has helped keep that community safe. I do understand, though, that there is a difference between a private school and a community of that and a public school district and an LEA. And those considerations need to be taken into consideration. It is not clearly black and white. If you have one in one place, you have to have one in another place. But I agree with my colleagues that without something that is in front of us from a mandate perspective and what that would look like from a public school piece, that it is not appropriate to take a stand on this resolution at this time. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate hearing the board's thoughts on all of this. Oh, it's bedtime. I am very much in line with the sentiments of the board that we welcome public comments and participation in this process. It's essential, it's a part of the dialogue, it's necessary, it needs to be here. For me, there is nothing that needs to be decided at this point because we do not have a vaccine mandate in front of us. And I don't see the point of being a first mover in this when it's not an action that we need to take. I agree with Quentin. I thought you said that really well about this being a community response to a community problem. And that's very much in line with the comments I gave at the top of the evening. So with that, there's always parental choice, there's always parental involvement, there is also public health, and there is all of the community to keep in balance with that conversation. So with that, those are my comments, and I'd like to know if there is a motion. Seeing no motion, we're going to close this item. Moving on to R-28-2122, Ms. Gluck.
S28.
No problem. Thank you. Tonight I presented to you two calendars, the 2022-23 and the 23-24 calendar, which the district would like to start beginning to align HBCSD's calendars to our neighboring school districts. So it's recommended that the Board of Education adopt the school calendars for the 2022-23 and the 23-24 school years.
Thank you so much. Board, is there any questions?
I have a comment. I just want to take note to thank the administration as well as the HBEA for two pieces. First is to get us a 2-year calendar.
Yeah.
That is, I was going to use a bad word, I'm sorry. Amazing. You can guess what the word before that was going to be, what I call myself. I think from a parent in the district perspective, to be able to plan those things is just remarkable to have us reach this point. So thank you. And then particularly the 23-24 school year, as the kids like to say, hang it in the Louvre. It is beautiful and what we've been working and hoping to get towards. Even last night, I was talking with my wife about even moved up junior guards even further for this summer. For those of you who aren't aware.
Oh, no.
Yes, the first session is moved up like 3 days. So things are just trending in that direction, and we are behind. I completely understand the need for the 22-23 calendar to be where it is, because we got to finish that construction project, and I know Jen is going to push Matt until there's no end to make sure that's done. But we can't take that risk. But after that, we are good to go. So thank you for making that happen.
Other comments or questions? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, I think I heard Jen on that. Christine, please take roll call.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Board Member McCall.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner.
Aye.
President Bove-LaMonica.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you so much. Moving on to S-29-2122, updates to board policies. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Maggie. It is recommended the board to adopt various board policies and administrative regulations. They include legal updates, some financing, transfer of funds. This is just the continued healthy upkeep of our board policy bylaws and regulations, and is recommended for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Doug. Christine?
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Board Member McCall.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner.
Aye.
President Bove-LaMonica.
Aye.
All in favor?
Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to business. B-69-2122, Resolution 10, Ms. Montalvo.
Thank you, President Bovela Monica. This is a recommendation that the board reappoint the 6 members that have been serving on the Measure S COC committee. And those members are Gina DeRosa, Heather Babala, Ryan Grasshow, Jeff Rady, Yanni Lane, and Leslie Moore. And they have all agreed to renew for another term.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Can I make a comment again?
Please.
I just want to, the COC will always have a special place in my heart because I started this adventure at the COC. So I always comment on the COC. Everybody knows that. So I'll get to do it again. I just want to thank the members. Many of these members whose names Paula just read started on the COC with me. So they have given a lot of years of their life to doing this. And that's a real commitment because they've been on the COC from the beginning in 2016. So they're going on 6 years, and now they're agreeing to 2 more years. So that is true commitment to seeing these projects and Measure us through. And so we love to see that, and I thank them from the bottom of my heart for doing that and continuing and seeing this through. So thank you to all 6 of them and the other members too.
I would echo just thank you to the COC for re-upping for another term. It's such a needed service. So thank you to all of that. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Doug. Do I have a second?
Second.
Jen. Christine, would you please?
Board Member Cole?
Aye.
Board Member Cluth?
Aye.
Board Member McCall?
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner?
Aye.
President Bovela Monica?
Aye.
All in favor?
Thank you so much. Okay, B-70-2122, Contract for Employee Wellness Services. Dr. Johnson.
It's recommended to the board to approve the contract with ClassPass for employee wellness. The cost is $5,000, which, as we discussed, will be reimbursed by grant for free 99. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
Ooh, I think I heard that from Doug. May I have a second, please?
Second.
From Jen. Christine, would you please?
Aye.
Board Member Cole?
Aye.
Board Member Cluth?
Aye.
Board Member McCall?
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner?
Aye.
President Bovela Monica?
Aye.
All in favor?
Thank you. Moving into B-71-2122, Consultant Agreement for Employee Wellness Services. Dr. Johnson.
It's recommended the board to adopt a consultant agreement with Renee and Delegate for employee wellness services. She'll be doing yoga with our staff. She's also a resident and parent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions from the board? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Jen. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Doug. All in favor? Christine, would you ask for the call?
Board Member Cole?
Aye.
Board Member Cluth?
Aye.
Board Member McCall?
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner?
Aye.
President Bovela Monica?
Aye.
All in favor?
Thank you so much. Okay, final motion. B-72-2122, Consultant Agreement for Employee Wellness Services. Dr. Johnson.
It is recommended the board to for the consultant agreement with Yoga Mitra for employee wellness services, also a parent and community member. Thank you.
Questions? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Jen. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Doug. Christine, please.
Board Member Cole?
Aye.
Board Member Cluth?
Aye.
Board Member McCall?
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner?
Aye.
President Bovela Monica?
Aye.
All in favor?
Okay, we are moving into board member roundtable, everyone. Starting off with Quentin.
No, I don't have any items for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen?
Yeah, I just wanted to do a special shout out again to the Wellness Council. That is a different committee I sit on. And they are just a phenomenal group of people that are helping to kind of guide and lead and suggest different ideas through social and emotional wellness. And it's an amazing group of people that we have here in the community. So I just wanted to thank them. We did have a meeting on the 4th of January, but Dr. Johnson covered pretty much the entire agenda on some of his board reports, so I did not repeat that, but I did. They're really outstanding individuals. It's a amazing group of people. So thank you to those. That's all I got.
Doug? Nothing? Stephen?
Yeah, a couple of. First of all, I just wanted to do a shout out to our e-bike safety folks because there was a PSA put out before the holidays for anyone who, hopefully everyone saw it. It was from the Chief of Police, and it was fantastic. But what you may not have picked up on was the fact that actually it was produced by Hermosa students, alumni, who are both students at Miracosta, and also in partnership with Eileen Levin, our head of communications, our communications lead. And I just wanted to say thank you to the team. Really a great collaborative effort. I mean, the city was involved, and obviously the Chief of Police and what have you. But that's the first part. We sort of wanted to get that out, obviously with it being a PSA around the holidays and for anyone buying a bike and what have you. But know that more is coming. I won't maybe say too much more. Obviously, we're concerned about shooting more. We want to shoot some ads and some creative stuff that students want to produce and students will hopefully want to watch and do something about. It's important. We want to save lives. But we also want our kids and families to get around Hermosa Beach safely and enjoy that. So it's really great. And I just, take a little moment to say, hopefully more coming this spring, and you'll get more updates soon. Curious on sort of, because there is a lot circulating and some stuff was continuing to sort of just be pushed, I say pushed off, but the both Beach City Health District and the city have had a lot to deal with. This might be a question to Jason. Curious on our next next compacts, or if there's a tri-agency scheduled.
Yes, there's a tri-agency scheduled for January 20th. We're changing the format a little bit to make it just do something a little different with staff meeting with staff. But we look forward to reporting back to the board about that collaboration either in February and March. Sorry.
That's great, thank you. I understand that the city, this is maybe a net new topic, are considering or reviewing cannabis shops to open in city limits. And it was noted in the city that they will be requesting input from the schools and school district members, constituents as part of that committee and review. So I'm curious how that process is, if that's been formalized as of yet, and what updates, and then maybe that's going to form part of the agenda with the tri-agency, I don't know. But again, there's a lot of other sort of topics going around, and I'd just be curious for updates on future meetings if you could keep us updated.
Yes, and it is on the agenda as a discussion item, and I'm looking forward to learning more about it then as well, too.
Great. That's all. Happy New Year, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you. In addition to Stevens, want to mention Chief LeBaron's fentanyl overdose addiction memo that he just put out as a really great resource for public education on the risks and the dangers of drug abuse. In addition to that, wishing everybody an early MLK Junior holiday, that it's productive and insightful. Wanted to say thank you again, Stephen, formally for your leadership on school funding, specifically as relates to COVID with attendance, which has been the policy of hold harmless. Just in case the board didn't know, Stephen spent probably over an hour on the phone today on hold waiting to give comment and provided expert testimony to State Senator Ben Allen's bill that would extend hold harmless for the upcoming year as districts are continuing to struggle figuring out enrollment and attendance. So again, formally, Stephen, thank you so much for that. Jason, thank you so much for being a witness for that as well. And then lastly, thank you to our community with all of the patience that you've been showing us for the changing policies and just accommodating the different things that have to happen to keep our community safe and showing care with masking and following all the different policies. So with that, let's adjourn. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Stephen. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. Adjourned.